Hello, everyone. It's time to our 67th daily mirror dungeon. Kill me, I hate the, how am I doing? All right, hello and welcome everyone to our 67th mirror dungeon where we take Kira Ishmael to die in the mirror dungeon. Why did I decide to do this? This is stupid. All right, hello everyone. Welcome once again, whoever you are, whatever you're watching for, or whenever you're watching this stream, to our daily mirror dungeon and ID study and... Fuck me. Whatever. Alright. It's Friday. It's a good time. I'm drinking my beautiful Cuba Libre with peanuts. So again, bad habit of eating on stream. No, today we're not gonna do too much of an ID study, more of an ID review. And I think I have already talked about House of Spiders Middle Apprentice several times. How do you get the circular aura thing on your IDs in Limbus? Circular aura thing? What do you mean by a circular aura thing? In MD? Oh, you mean like the electricity? That's the tier 4 charge gift. Anyway, I feel like I've revealed the Kira Ishmael several times now. So, let's have a look at her again real quick. She's going to be going solo, which is very funny because yesterday we got Matthias on the Mirror Dungeon Extreme, which was really fun to fight, and we discovered his gimmick. Otias was just announced, well, announced before, but we got the trailer, so it's a stack up of conveniences. And I didn't consider about Otias when I scheduled this stream with Kira Ishmael. I only saw the funny number 6-7 and decided, yeah, this is gonna be a solo with Kira Ishmael because she would say that. She would do the motion, which I hate because it is absolutely meaningless. When the meme started going around, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Is that like a secret number or something? No, it's just some stupid kid that did the... Just some stupid kid did the motion. It's something about a rap song. I don't get it. I'm too old for this. In any case, let's re-review House of Spiders Middle Apprentice Ishmael because I have already done her a few times, so we already know how she works. She has 275 HP, 4 to 7 speed, 64 defense level, resistance against blunt, fatal against pierce, lust, wrath, envy, and envy counter. The Norwegian enemies are all struggling or hopeless. Oh, you got yourself some bad skill ups or didn't get the essential ego gifts. And remember, on Extreme Mirror Dungeon, the first turn is always the enemies, unless you are overpowered as hell. Anyway, lust, wrath, envy, envy counter. Her passive is thermal weapon. She can use bleed and burn keyword ego gift. Her unique passive is the middle never forgets, you know. It inflicts vengeance mark on the enemy. Every time she is hit by an enemy, she gains 2 grudges. When another enemy middle ally faction, she gains additional grudge. If the targeted attack unit has vengeance mark, she gains an additional grudge. And if the dashboard has an absolute envy resonance, we double the amount of grudges we can gain this turn. Now, I got all poison bleed gifts. But there are some other gifts you can take that will lower the enemy offense level and turn those hopeless into hopefuls. In any case, because we are going to do a solo run here, we are not going to have allied middle faction, so we're only gaining up to 3 grudges per turn. And if you have an MC resonance, we're going to have 6 grudges per turn. Remember that we need at least 10 to do the conversion to middle hostile augmentation tattoos. And we need to do the conversion 5 times to reach peak power. If you never used House of Spiders the Middle Apprentice Ishmael, or Kira Ishmael, as we're going to talk about her in the future now, it is very simple. Whenever she uses her skill tree, or you convert her defense skill, her counter, into a skill tree, which happens at a 6 envy absolute resonance, she converts the grudges that are on her on a rate of 5 to 1 into the middle style augmentation tattoos. which only goes up to 10, and she can only convert up to 2 per turn, meaning you're gonna need, at maximum conditions, 6 turns to max out her get her to full power. All right, let's go put the idea on pause and let's take a look at the mirror dungeon game. All right, sit down, everybody. We're gonna go through Ego Alchemy today. Let's go through the Ego Gift Compendium. Now, as I have explained many times before, sorry, eating the peanut. I love peanuts. As I have explained many times before, you must always avoid taking mounting trials that increases the enemy base, final, or clash power. Clash power is the best of all the options, but final base power is a death trap. And don't even get me started on talking about the coin power. If you can choose between defense level for the enemy, take defense level. If you can choose, you have no choice but offense level, take offense level. Do not ever take, unless you're forced to, final power, base power, or coin power. Clash power is acceptable. Why do I say this? Offense level can be easily lowered through the use of ego gifts. Base power and final power, however, cannot. There are only a few gifts in the mirror dungeon that will lower the enemy power, and a few abilities from sinners that will also lower the enemy power. As far as I'm aware, there is not a single gift in the mirror dungeon that lowers the enemy coin power. So never take coin power, never take base power, never take final power. Clash power is acceptable but not optimal. Offense level is good, defense level is even better. It's, yes, Aquimity, indeed, it is the string number that causes instant lobotomy. I feel ready, my brain is smooth, my brain is nice and wrinkleless, and it's ready to be penetrated. Please sever my prefrontal cortex. Oh god. In any case, you cannot lower base power unless a few gifts can only affect that, like doll here. So never take those mounting trials. I always say that if you have to take one, take offense level. Why? Once again, offense level can be affected by several mirror dungeon gifts, and they can work even if your team does not use that keyword. Let's go through a few of them. Starting off, we have Sticky Muck. Sticky Muck lowers defense level. It only works on a Gluttony or Pierce skill, but hey, that's additional damage you can do to the enemy. But this is not the point here. The point here, we want to lower the enemy offense level. Why do we want to lower the enemy offense level? Because that directly affects clashing. For every 3 points of difference in a offense level during a clash, the one with the highest offense level gains additional clash power. And of course, this also deals more damage because we are going to compare defense levels and offense levels after. But there are many gifts in the dungeon that can be used to lower offense levels. We're going to be taking a look at through a few of them. From order, from lowest tier to highest tier, we're going to start with Voodoo Doll. Voodoo Doll is amazing. When fully upgraded, it's true power down to enemies with less than 50 HP. Of course, only activates when the enemy has less than 50 HP, so it's a little bit conditional, but always good. It's a -2 on enemies that are low health. Now, the very first gift here, going from lowest to highest, is Broken Revolver. If the enemy has Rupture, doesn't matter how much, how many counts of Rupture, how many potency of Rupture, they lose true offense level and true defense level. But hey, well, hold on, G4, my team does not have Rupture. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, Moises. It's a little bit of luck because if he fucks up, he can't dodge. Now comes the second part where I say always take offense level up or defense level up if you can. Offense level up does not affect a clash between an attack and an evade. Why? Because it's not a clash. If defense skills do not clash, except for the ones that are marked as clashables, of course, but that's beside the point. Block, evade, and counter do not clash against the enemy, and thus they are unaffected by offense levels in terms of clashing. when you clash against an enemy attack using an evade, a clash is not going to happen. And so all the offense level that you've been piling up during the entire mirror dungeon is going to be worthless for the enemy. However, what does affect the enemy with that during a clash against an evade is base power up, final power up, coin power up. Clash power doesn't work because there's no clash happening, so on and so forth. Now, since we're talking about ego alchemy here, which is what I like to call the ego gifts you take for the Mirror Dungeon Extreme, Broken Revolver is a good one, even if you don't have a unit that can inflict rupture. Why is that? Because if you're playing the Mirror Dungeon Extreme, chances are you're gonna get a lot of gifts. One of them being Talisman Bundle or Crown of Roses. Crown of Roses immediately apply for rupture potency on a random enemy. And remember how these affect enemies at turn start. So just by having these two, you already have the enemy with a little bit of rupture and the enemy loses their offense level. Following up, we have wrist guards, which just gives damage up, which is very nice. I do believe that we have, hold on, damage. Trying to run here through my mind. Clash power is always nice. Now I'm gonna go over that. What is this? Oh yeah, it's the cursed gift I haven't got. Other gifts are good for having for Mirror Dungeon Extreme. This is always nice, even if you have pride or blunt, this is sanity on hit, so the enemy can't clash as hard. Let's see here. This is free power up if you have any sort of poise gift. That is +2 on your attack, so Mirror Dungeon Extreme, this is important. Same deal as before with the Broken Revolver, Melted Spring. If the enemy has sinking, they lose 3 offense level and 3 defense level for the turn. And how do we apply sinking if you don't have a sinking TNG4? Well, glad you asked. We have in our hands, where is it? Is it a tier 2 sinking? No, it's a tier 1. This one. On combat start, inflict 2 sinking potency on all enemies with less than 0 SP. Choose all adversities. How fucked am I? Depends on your gift, my brother. It is very doable, it just got a little harder, so it might result in a few reset. Headless Portrait applies sinking on all enemies, so as soon as if you have this in your inventory during a Mirror Dungeon Extreme, all enemies start with sinking, and then if you have Melted Spring, they lose offense level. Now, combined with, you know, Broken Revolver and Crown of Roses, for example, the enemy is already losing 5 offense level. That is 1.5 clash power gone, just like that. Poof, gone forever. Another important ego gift, which we will discuss soon, Reverberation. Why is Reverberation useful? On turn end, we inflict 3 bind and 3 defense level down on enemies with 5+ tremor potency. If the target has 10+ tremor potency, we apply bind, paralyze, and defense level. While the defense level is very nice for dealing more damage, what we're looking for here is this paralyze. That is very important. Why is this paralyze important? Because if you're doing the Mirror Dungeon Extreme, you should be aiming to get Downpour. Downpour is the tier 4 tremor gift, craftable, that inflicts tremor count and potency on the enemies every turn and bursts it, meaning that Reverberation automatically activates, meaning that every enemy on screen next turn are going to have 1 stack of Paralyze. This stack of Paralyze will ensure that you're pretty much guaranteed to win the first round of clashing, because he has 1 less coin to apply to his attack, and once he loses the first clash, he lost a coin permanently, and then it just scales up from there. Moving on to other gifts, and no, actually staying on Tremor, let's talk about Tremor. Tremor is a very good keyword, even if you do not have units that apply keyword, simply because Downpour allows us to burst Tremor every round without having a Tremor unit that can burst Tremor for us, on top of applying more Tremor potency to the enemy. Now, if we have something, which is, again, I consider this one of the essentials for Mirror Dungeon Extreme. Let me find it here. Let me filter it by Tremor, actually. There we go. Have a good look at those. Glupo's Eye. When the enemy takes Tremor Burst, he loses 5 offense level down and 5 defense level down. That is another clash power down for the enemy. And this applies 3 times per turn. This is even more powerful if you have in your hand units can also Tremor Burst. But if you don't, Downpour will ensure that they stay tremored. But G4, again, I don't have tremor units on my team. How do I apply tremor? Well, dummy, first, downpour applies tremor by itself, and second, Nixie Divergence, a tier 1 tremor skill, tremor gift that inflicts tremor on all enemies. So, Nixie Divergence, Reverberation, Glucose Eye, Melted Eyeball, and Downpour. These 4 gifts will ensure that you have a nicer time on the Mirror Dungeon. You can even add more insult to injury by bringing Bell of Truth, since we Tremor Burst every turn. On max level, this is going to be inflicting True Fragile to the enemy, which is at 20% damage and weakness. And then you bring Biovenom Vial as well, which inflicts damage for every enemy that is defeated to the next enemy that comes. So it's free damage at the start of the turn once you get some kills in. These are what I call the essential, a few essential items for the Mirror Dungeon. Downpour, Glucose Eye, Reverberation, and if you can, Nixie Divergence. Everything else is a bonus. Bell of Truth, very good. Biovenom Vial, very good. Let's move on to Burn. Burn gifts now. Burn gifts, we have something called Charred Disc. It inflicts 4 offense level down on the enemy that has Burn. Keyword, the enemy simply has to have Burn. But I don't have a Burn unit on my team. Not a problem. Tier 1 gift, Ashes to Ashes, upgraded to the 2nd level. On combat start, we inflict 2 burn potency on all enemies with Burn or unique Burn. With level 3, that's 3 burn potency. But that's only 3 potency. It's not count. So once, Burn activates, it's gone. So we get a few other gifts. Say the counterpart to Ashes, which is Dust to Dust. First turn, start of a wave, we inflict 8 burn potency and 3 burn count to all enemies. This is on the very basic level of Dust to Dust, meaning that with Ashes to Ash, Dust to Dust, and Charred Disc, every turn the enemy has burn, they lose 4 offense level down. Right, moving on. What else we have from Burn here? Glimpse of Flames is just extra damage because everyone's gonna start receiving burn, so it's free burn for you. If you have an unit that has envy skills, you can apply more burn with Pinpoint Logic Circuit. If you have allies with Lust, you can get Lust Affinity done to inflict more burn on the enemies. Let's see, burn has it's a little bit more limited, but still, all you need is Ashes to Ash, Dust to Dust, and Charred Disc. That's the burn keyword done. If you want to do some damage, take Glimpse of Flames. You're done. You're done. Moving on to Bleed. Bleed has an important tier 4 gift for us. Bleed has Red Stain Gossipio, which inflicts 1 bleed potency and 15 bleed count to all enemies. And at turn start, enemies with bleed potency lose bleed potency divided by 3, offense level and defense level down. Max out at 30 bleed potency stack. If you have a bleed team, or the ability to inflict bleed, which you can get by maxing out Rusted Muzzle, a tier 1 eagle gift, this gift by itself can make the enemy lose 10 offense levels and 10 defense levels. It is incredibly powerful and should not be ignored. Other options that we have here is White Gossipium. White Gossipium is a bit controversial because the enemy no longer staggers. Instead, they receive a shit ton of bleed. But if they have bleed, they lose offense level down, again, making it much easier to clash against them. Sorry, peanut stuck in my teeth. This motherfucker had 12k HP and my ID is hopeless unless I use Ego. If it's the first turn, now you're gonna notice that a lot of these egos that I'm talking about, they apply their effects on the next turn. It's much like I said before, the first turn you are going to unfortunately have to give to the enemy because the enemy is not debuffed yet. Speaking of buff and debuff, let's talk about Poise. A very important gift for Mirror Dungeon is Clear Mirror Calm Water, because every time you crit, you gain offense level up to 15. Got it? That is a lot of Clash power up for your boy. That is 5 Clash power up just by hitting a critical. And since you're in the Extreme Mirror Dungeon, I assume along the way you picked up more than a few Poise gifts. Such gifts that are useful for the Extreme Mirror Dungeon are Pendant of Nostalgia, Ornamental Horseshoe, Emerald Elytra, Devil's Share upgraded because it gives you offense level up, Cigarette Holder that gives you 2 power up, Nebulizer if you have Poise, if you have Pride affinity, Old Wooden Doll inflicts defense level down on a critical, Harpoon Prosthetic Leg is a pack exclusive but it gives you 2 offense level up, Gear Shrapnel also gives you defense level up, which is less damage, 4-Leaf Clover gives you a shit ton of Poise, basically you're infinite there, Fungality gives you lots of damage up, but no, no extra clash power. That's pretty much it. So Clear Mirror, Calm Water, Pendant, Horseshoe, Devil's Share, Nebulizer if you have Pride, Cigarette Holder unquestionably because that's 2 power-ups. And if you can, 4-Leaf Clover. That is incredibly good to have. Rupture, however, is a bit on a funny spot because Rupture deals a lot of damage. Trash Grab Brainwine, for example, is a pack unique that gives you a revival, which is very nice. But as in terms of lowering the enemy offense level, I don't think we have much of options here. We only have the Revolver. Let's see here. Revolver. I think we only have the Revolver, really, yeah. Yeah, for Rupture, we really only have the Revolver. If you can get Unmailed Letter, that is additional clash power against enemies that are slower than you are, and you gain additional final power as well. You gain offense level up and defense level up, and inflicts offense level down, but these require the Broken Glasses that you only get from a specific pack. If you can get it, excellent. If you can't, well, that's a shame. Same thing for Spice Bush Glasses and Mail Letter, which is just the super version of that, and you don't need to have a Rupture team. Sinking does have a few ways to debuff the enemy, namely Melted Spring. This one gives you offense level up if the enemies are low sanity, which is very nice. Midwinter Nightmare is just Rusted Muzzle or Talisman Bundle, but for sinking, but it's a tier 3 gift. Broken Compass just spreads sinking to everyone. Mentorship Music Box is a free stagger recovery. This one is just extra damage. Artistic Sense maxed out is just free damage on top of everything you have, and that's pretty much it you have from sinking if you're not using a sinking specific team. For Charge, however, we have a few good options here. It goes for show that we have our perfect trio here, our Charge trio, which is UPS System, Wrist Guards, and Curriculum Vitae. UPS System at max level gives you 2 damage up, Wrist Guards at maximum level gives you up to 3 damage up if you have Pride skills, and Curriculum Vitae gives you lots of haste, and if you have Gloom Affinity, another power up, which is, again, very nice. Patrolling Flashlights gives you a little bit of Charge Shield, which is, again, a little bit of damage reduction. Same for Material Interference Force Field. Lightning Rod gives you additional charge count, which is always very nice to have. The Charge type Gloves gives you a lot of more charge count, and you gain Near Light Super Battery, which gives you additional damage, which is very good. Now, other than that, you're mainly just looking for these 3 gifts as a non-charge team. Is it related to the stream or crazy 20 minutes out of it? It is related to the stream. Someone asked for help in the Mirror Dungeon. I am giving. Let's go back to Curation Mel. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me, Akuri. It's that's a review of Eagle Gift. Anyway, Curation Mel, 275 health, 47 speed, 64 defense level, blunt resistant, and fatal to fear. Possesses the Sin of Lust, Wrath, Envy, and Envy counter. Her passive is ability to use Burn and Bleed. The Middle Never Forgets is her unique passive. She implies Vengeance Marker on the enemy that dealt the most skilled damage to this ally this turn. When she is hit, she gains 2 grudges. When another middle faction ally is hit, she gains an additional grudge. If the target that attacked this unit or an ally has the mark, she gains an additional grudge. Combat start if she has an Envy Absolute Resonance with double the amount of grudges we can win. And when we use our skill tree or our counter turned into a skill tree, we convert 5 grudges into a middle style augmentation tattoo. This can happen twice per turn. So our magical number here is to have 10 grudges, use our skill tree, and gain 2 tattoos because we can only do that twice per turn. The grudge can go up to 15, but that would be a waste. In any case, we already seen her skill set. She has an 11 roller with 1 level of escalation. She has a 16 roller with 1 level of escalation. And she gains offense level by the highest resonance to a maximum of 3. And if it's an absolute, she gains additional offense level. She inflicts paralyze, and only she has the augmentation tattoos. The skill tree is the most interesting. It is a 4 power, 3 coin power with 4 coins, blunt envy with a 63 offense level, attack weight of 1. With 4 coin power of 3, we have in our hands a 12, a 16 roller with a single level escalation based on our coin power. So this becomes a 20 roller. We gain offense level again on resonance. We inflict bleed and burn based on thermal blades or not. And then we consume the grudge 2 middle style tattoos, which is the whole core of this character. And she has a counter, of course, because she's from the middle, which activates her skill tree if we're at 6 envy resonance. Anyway, we have our gal here. We already know what to do with her. Funny thing is that she can fuel one of her eagles, which is Ardor, Blossom, Star, that requires lust, wrath, and envy. So she can spam the fuck out of our Ardor, Blossom, Star. Let's make a team to support her. Naturally, we want to take the middle to help her out, because she is a burn, bleed, blunt, envy team. We're gonna take Ricardo Heathcliff here. If any of the middle faction allies are killed during combat this turn, no, this can't work, unfortunately. It has to be a kill, so it doesn't work. Let's start out with Yiseng. We're gonna take the ring point list for sanity maintenance. That means we can spam our eagle. For Faust, let's see. The House of Spiders, the Ring Apprentice gives us bleed if the enemy attacks us and we use a counter, so that's very nice. And we have the Ego Resources to activate it. For Dawn, yep, we're gonna take Dawn, Middle Dawn to increase our blunt damage up. For Ryoshu, we are bleed, blunt, burn. This is just for boys, so can't use. Liu Association South Section 4 gives us a so speed defeats an enemy has burn. It spreads the burn around, which is nice for us. But since we're fighting a solo, we're gonna take Lobotomy, Eagle, Red Eyes, and Penitence for that sanity and health heal on a resonance, which is always nice. Merso is gonna give us additional burn or defense level down. We don't have the pride to generate this, so we were gonna need an ego gift for that. So, but defense level down is nice, and we're gonna take it over a singular extra burn. For Honglu, we already know what the spice lies. The spice lies in the Ting Tang Gang leader. We can't generate the resources to activate it, but we can get the resources as we go in the dungeon. That's just additional burn. For Heathcliff, we do have Wrath, and it is our skill 2, I believe. Yeah, we can get this for big damage resonance. For Rhodium, you know what it is. It's her base ID. For Sinclair, we're gonna be taking, let's see, down office Sinclair, because why the hell not? We already used burn. And for Otis is the same old, same old. We equip the Blade Edge Salsu, and for Gregor, we equip the G Corporate Manager General. All right, here we go. Let's deploy ourselves into the dungeon. Sorry about the bender. Sorry about that sidetrack. It is important to understand your ego gift. Above everything else, learn your ego gift. Right. We are going to be using lots of bleed, lots of burn, and lots of blunt. Apologies. Let's go with Little to Be and To Be Naughty Plushie, because that's 10% more damage against enemies with bleed, and we take less damage from them too. We are going to take our beloved Lithograph, together with Zippoliter, and I am thinking maybe this. It is her weapon, so I think it's fitting that we take this. We could also take the fixer thing here instead of lithograph, but we are gonna be out with our healing. Yeah, no, I want my lithograph. I will take my lithograph. There we go. It is her weapon, and we have allowed her to use it. We have left the Chudette out into the field to fight on her own. Now, the only reason I'm doing a solo Ishmael today is just because of the screen number. There's no other reason. And because OTS was announced, so let's say she has to prove herself to the world before we get OTS. Starting off, let's see what we got here. We got Melting Spring, which is nice. Rusted Muzzle, which is doubly nice. Reverberation. We got a whole package of good gifts here. And it's on the Forgotten, which is very easy to beat. We also have a tier 3 gift for Bleed here, and we do use Bleed. And a unique pack gift here that inflicts Rupture Potency on our enemies and Bind. I'm gonna go for the Outcast. Hard to ignore a tier 3 gift just lying there in wait.
4, 3일 시작.
I need to stop eating on stream. I stream around dinner time, so it can't be helped, man. Sorry.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요.
All right, here we go.
달려들면 딱
We need to get hit by the enemies to be able to generate grudges. So here we go.
이거 공감 맞지?
Anyway, the key to a happy Extreme Mirror Dungeon is having the right ego gifts. And I'll talk about some crazy ego gifts.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
Just understanding that offense level can be easily lowered from the enemies from certain gifts is enough to get you through any Extreme Mirror Dungeon. And understand that the first turn you gotta survive.
어떤 노래도 거뜬히 잡을 것 같은 투지였는데요. 재밌겠는데?
Man, I talked a lot, and the peanuts are all stuck in my throat now.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요. 재밌겠는데?
Let me kill those peanuts and then we can talk just normally, because I'm hungry. And having a pina colada with salted peanuts inside is very delicious and very nutritious.
몰라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못하죠. 사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠. 재밌겠는데?
Alright, the peanuts have been defeated. So, where were we? Right, Mirror Dungeon Extremes. I plan on do more of them in the future. Hopefully ones that don't take 4 hours. But the Mirror Dungeon Extreme is a bit of a time-consuming thing. But in any case, the key to a happy Mirror Dungeon Extreme is understanding your Ego Alchemy. Ego Alchemy is very important. There are certain ego gifts that are very crucial for you to have them, and they allow any keyword to successfully become powerful and mighty at the Mirror Dungeon. But just understand again that if those debuffs on the enemy come into play, your units are going to have to survive the first turn unless they use eagles, and even so. What do you want, dog? Alright, you did it wonderfully well. Because Kira here, Kira Ishmael, is a new middle ID, and so she gains a decent shield when she uses her counter. Something that a lot of IDs lack. Let's check what's over here. Ashes to ashes. I want it, I will have it. Yeah. So is this a run at Extreme or just floor 5? I do believe it's floor 5. I didn't plan for an Extreme today. Huh. I could try. Fuck. God damn it. We gotta drink water. Really need to stop eating on stream. Again, can't be helped. Dinner time. I could try to go for an extreme here, but I'm not feeling it because, you know, that takes a long time and it's... Well, today is Friday, but I did promise to pay Vermin that with my friend after, so no extreme today. Maybe tomorrow. Most definitely tomorrow. Yeah, most definitely tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna have an extreme dungeon. Don't know which team is gonna be. I'm gonna decide it soon because I can't pre-schedule streams. Otherwise, the stream elements, which is the thing I use to make the YouTube chat down here and the Twitch chat, which is dead as always, function requires. God damn it! I'm not allergic to peanut. Just get stuck in my throat. Anyway. Stream Elements takes the latest stream that I have scheduled and only shows that chat down here. And unfortunately, I can't pre-schedule streams because of that. So you're gonna have to, you know, look forward to an announcement of the Mirror Dungeon probably early in the morning, so there's time for people to, you know, check it out. Tomorrow I'll do an Extreme Mirror Dungeon if I don't have anything planned for the afternoon, which I don't really have. Unless I want to do like a different game. Don't know which team is gonna be. I do need to deal 20,000 damage with a team to complete achievements. And there is an achievement of taking base Ryoshu and Nurse Fathers to beat all of her Kanto packs. So that might be the stream of tomorrow. Like with a bonus. Right, we no longer have anyone attacking her, so that's perfectly fine. By the way, videos are coming. I'm working on them as we speak. Since we got Matthias yesterday, I'm gonna clip that, cut it, and make an explanation on how to beat Matthias on the Mirror Dungeon Extreme, which was extremely easy once you figure out that red coins take priority over counters. That's right. I didn't know that. It was written in the wiki, but I never read the wiki before other than like, oh, offense level does that. Oh, what are the numbers that offense level affects? Welcome back, Moises. And discovered that, indeed, red coins take priority over counters. So, as long as you clash against Mafia's red coins and don't commit the mistake of attacking him on the normal coins, you don't eat the violent counter rule violation. It is quite literally a fight where he is dictating the rules, and if you violate those rules, you are going to get punished. I have never seen a sinner get hit so hard that they give into little pieces. I have seen that yesterday, and it was horrible. And it's going to be featured on the video. Yes, I will, Akui. I will be most definitely streaming Railway 6 once it comes out. I'm gonna try it for the record, because I have done so with every other Railway up to date. Got my little fancy car decoration, which is fucking worthless in my opinion, but I wanted to do it, I did it. So yes, we'll be streaming that, most definitely. Looking forward to it, as a matter of fact. What are you guys weak to anyway? You guys weak to blunt. Pierce, blunt. Ah well, just rock with it. Another reason why I don't want to do extreme MDs that often is because I am reading a book after the stream, and if the stream takes up to 3 hours, 4 hours, depending on how long the dungeon goes, I don't have enough time to read the book or and sleep comfortably. Because I do stream around 19 o'clock here my time. If it takes 2 hours, it's 22, 21 p.m. and I get a night. I can do something still with my life, go to sleep, get a nice 8 hours of sleep, and be happy. But if I'm doing like 4 hours, that's like midnight, 23 p.m., I don't get enough time to sleep because I do wake up like 6 or 7 in the morning to work. So yeah, I streamed my birthday. Yay, congratulations, Carmen. How old are you? Happy birthday, Carmen. Continue haunting the narrative as you are. Apes over Mercer's Stew and I'll Stew its tree. Well, he has a lot of AoE. Pray to God that you don't face someone with a counter. I do believe the Blood Fiends have some counters, so that might be an issue.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 사냥이 성공적이었네요.
Alright, go for it, little girlie.
사냥을 끝내러
Boy, oh
가보죠.
boy, we're gonna have a competition who kills Kira Ishmael first, huh?
놀라 열받고
18, congratulations, Carmen. Now you can drink. Now you can get arrested here in Brazil.
되겠냐고요.
Be careful. Don't use your first go on nothing. First shop. Yeah, I do. You told me that, Moises. And I do believe that Cassetti and his Blood Fiends, a few of them have counters. So be careful about the AoE of your attacks. Because if you hit one of them by accident with shotgun, and now you only have AoEs, they are going to retaliate and it's going to hurt. Prejudice is a good gift because it gives you a little bit of healing. We don't have Pride Resonance, so we can't heal that, but we always get healing at the beginning of the round, so we're gonna take that. Helterfly Dean applies more burn on top of our burn, so we're gonna take that. And we're gonna upgrade Ashes to Ashes, so all enemies have burn, meaning our conditional for Kira Ishmael is active from the get-go. Oh, but I didn't mean that, Carmen. Anything you can do now is, you know, you're an adult now. You are above 18. So that means the full brunt of the law can affect you now. Be careful. There's a lot of videos here in Brazil, I'm sure you are aware, that is just a guy getting arrested on his 18th birthday by the cops celebrating his birthday because he's no longer a minor. I love that this thing has a reused asset from Ebony Queen.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도.
Save our skill tree until we get more grudges.
놀라 열받고 이러면 아무것도 못하죠. 저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이
Easy peasy, boss. Don't even have to convert to grudges.
재밌겠는데? 부위 파괴. 부패를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한.
Should be a little harder because it is the first boss you fight in Limbus aside from the bug guy, and he deserves. The Golden Apple deserves to be a little bit more of a challenge. And again, power creep is rampant, so I don't think it would make a difference. By the way, I have been playing Deep Rock Rogue Core with my friends recently. It is certainly interesting. I will actually we're gonna try and make a video about it with my thoughts about it. I really like Deep Rock. I played for like almost 2,000 hours, so I know I played for a little bit. And I was looking forward for Rogue Core. It's alright. It's certainly leaves something to be desired out of, you know, Deep Rock.
저것들 좀 보세요.
Alright, perish you beast.
잘 먹혔나 봐요. 이거 건강 맞지? 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Alright, we got Melted Spring. We came here for Smokes and Wires, and we're gonna take it. Ebony Brooch is also nice, but we don't really use Rupture, and the Bind is okay, but I'd rather take Wound Clarity. I know it's a unique gift for this pack, but Wound Clarity is better. We are a bleed unit. And we got Curriculum Vitae, that is excellent. We don't have Gloom skills for the power-up, but it's always nice to have. Next floor, we have Broken Revolver, which is very nice to have, but I will give it a pass. Refresh for me. How can we ignore this? Honestly, how can we ignore this? We are going to be cleaved. We don't have slash skills. We are all blunt skills with Kira Ishmael, but we have more than enough damage to compensate for the enemy strength against blunt. We can't ignore Faith. Faith is just too powerful, man. That is a free SP refill every turn, no matter what you do, unless you use a minus coin, of course. Chickens! How about we cook those chickens? We can spam Outer Blossom Star because Outer Blossom Star is a eagle that we generate the resources to. so it is easily spammable for us. And it clashes really hard.
해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요. 오, 아 이런.
It is a tier 4 keywordless gift. The keywordless gifts are the strongest gifts there are, so not a surprise, really.
딱 좋겠어요.
We don't have burn right now.
재밌겠는데? 이거 공감 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 사냥이
Good, Ishmael.
성공적이었네요.
Very
이
good.
흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠. 재밌겠는데?
That chicken's probably gonna dodge us. Just saying.
되겠냐고요. 사냥이 성공적이었네요.
Kill it.
재밌겠는데? 흐름대로 되겠냐고요. 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
All right, layered bandages. This is, if you're doing a solo run, this is another good one. Lots of enemies that are very dangerous in this game apply bleed, and healing your 5% of your HP is really good. I should have tried to get painkiller, yet I didn't. Again, if you're playing a solo, we really don't want to be staggered unless you have mana. So, really depends on you. I don't know what gifts you have. Again, Mirror Dungeon Extreme is just a matter of getting the right gifts to survive and to make sure that enemies are actually clashable. And also a matter of, you know, properly, what's it called? I forgot the name now. Make sure you don't get bad mounting trials. Maybe one of the reasons why my Mirror Dungeon Extremes take so long is the fact that I prioritize defense levels over offense levels with flash power, if I can offset those easily. But, well, it is what it is. Hello, Shion Hiki! Did you manage to get Gabra? Did you manage to get the Potbird? It's getting kind of hot here. Let me move this thingamabobber here that I'm wearing. Wait, I have to do with a midnight quest for Gabra. I don't remember that. If you have, go for green. I have a lot of healing gifts. One of the gifts that allows me to recover from stagger. So yeah, don't try to. If you get staggered, you are kind of screwed. That's what I'm gonna say. Oh my, this guys apply evil debuffs on us, and I don't like that. Got the apple burb now. Congratulations! Enjoy your incredibly powerful weapon, incredibly powerful ego gifts, and incredibly powerful armor. It is it's very, very broken. Again, it is okay fight to do as far as Aleph goes, and it immediately finishes the quest for you, so it's very nice. But yeah, if you're going for Midnight Shunhiki, try to go for Green Midnight, because that shit is easy as hell. But if you can't, well... honestly, just go for green. Not white midnight. Violet midnight is hell, and Ember midnight is a little bit better than purple, but still kind of hellish. Wait for color. Oh yeah, it's that each one of them inflict one, so 4 of them attacking you, they inflict 4 of those, so you're kind of screwed. Again, enemies at the beginning of the game. Isn't music box that managed to protect you for stagger one time? Indeed, it protects you a single time from a stagger, which is usually all you need. But yeah, enemies from the beginning of Limbus Company were built different. If these enemies had the numbers modern enemies have, with the debuffs they apply, they would be really fucking evil and really fucking annoying to deal with. 6-7 strings, streamer. You have done 67 strings, but only once a turn end. Correct. Until you know, start over the new round, you're still considered staggered, but ideally you don't want to get staggered. Sometimes you don't have a choice, of course, I know, I understand that, but ideally you want to avoid getting staggered. If your guy have evades, hope and pray that you can evade before you get shafted. That's my advice.
이거 건강 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Makes it out to recover from stagger. Painkiller doesn't recover you from stagger. It just gives you 3 protection and some healing.
놀라운 한 방이네요. 다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요. 재밌겠는데?
Painkiller is best used for a group team rather than a single character, but if you don't have, you know, the music box, having anything to protect you is always nice. Again, we go by rules of hoarding here. It's better to have it than to not have it. If you can have the painkiller, excelente. If you can't, well, that's a shame. Such is life, yada yada. Here's what we're gonna do. Interesting use of counters here. This unit is going to attack us. We have a counter equipped that is offsetting the evade. The offset evade will not be able to evade our attack, meaning that it's gonna get hit for free. This unit is still gonna attack us, but we are gonna counter it, and that way we're gonna get the final grudge we need. Hit me. That's a good chicken. Get punished for it. And now we have enough to convert the grudges, but not enough enemies to do so. You know what? I am going to do floor 10 today. 10 floors, 10 floors. Because we have an achievement for being floor 10 several times in a row, which I do not have yet, because I mostly do floor 5s. So today, we're going to do 10 floors. Which is something I should be doing with it now that we have reviewed every single idea in Limbus company, which we have, by the way. Very proud of myself. 67 strings. That's right, 67. Fuck. Where did I do that? Every time I do something that I don't like, I feel the sanity damage taking hold of me. I feel the white damage holding me. Hello, Ida. Let's get cranky with it. I'm gonna counter one of you. True power down, because this guy just takes power down. Right, we have 4 grudges. We clash against anything that we can. Or we can use counters. We're gonna hit anyway, so it doesn't matter if you use a counter or not. Instantly killed. Beautiful. Now hit me. Give me the grudges. Yes, yes. 10 grudges. We are at our threshold. We can convert into middle style tattoos now. Ow, ow. And as always, remember, if you're doing a solo run, or forever have a mini brain aneurysm whenever someone says new Jim Brayrock, there are a few words, it's slang. Slang is, unfortunately, slang. There are a few words that are very good slang because they represent a specific action or a specific thing that cannot be resumed to a single word. I'm not studying right now, but I should be studying that anyway. I do college for language, and many people describe words as sounds with meaning. Let me explain. In the field of languages, when you try to explain what is a language, it means it is a set of codes that we, as a species, collectively accept that it has a meaning. So when I say, for example, let's say, good word for example, well, fuck, let's use the classic now. Let's use a pipe. Over here. This is a pipe. smoking pipe. I have one. Now, the sound smoking pipe in English, we all accept and understand that it means a pipe that is used for smoking. I don't have anything on it right now, but I wish I had. But anyway, language is simply sounds with meaning. Slang, especially, you know, brain rot nowadays, unfortunately, is just that. Sounds with meaning. When we say something, for example, and this is one of the good ones, in my opinion. How would you describe, my viewers, my lovely viewers, the slang aura farming? Go on, try to explain to me aura farming in as few words as possible. Now, keyword here in language is brevity. The faster you get someone to understand what you're saying, the better. Because after all, the objective of any language is to communicate, to say something and have the other person understand what you're telling them. So when you, despite being, you know, Zoomer slang, when I say I'm aura farming, because you understand what the sound means and the meaning behind those words, you immediately understand what I'm doing. Right? So I say, I'm here aura farming. You know what I'm doing. You understand what I'm doing. You don't have to explain anything else. I don't have to go into the details of what I'm doing. I'm aura farming, you understand that. That's a good example of a well-used slang. I tell you what it is, you already understand what it is. Granted, you have some prior knowledge to this, and I don't have to say anything else. Of course, if the person does not know the word or the slang, she won't understand jack and shit about it. Because what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean aura farming? You mean farming as in like cultivating crops, and aura as in like an aura that emanates from you? What the hell does that mean? Again, that's slang. If you don't know the word, you don't know its meaning. But that's the whole of linguistics, the whole of language. If I started talking in Portuguese to you and you don't know Portuguese, you won't understand what the words I'm saying, the sounds I'm making with my throat actually mean, because you do not know the language. And that language has its own set of rules, own set of words, with its own set of meanings. And that's why sometimes, for example, especially in Japanese, we have words that they have for a very specific thing that doesn't translate well to English. For example, I can give you now the word chunibyo. I probably mispronounced that. I apologize if there's anyone that is going to watch this in the future that knows Japanese and is suffering because of my words. Now, chunibyo, what the hell does that mean? Well, regardless of the entire Japanese language that has a shit ton of words, especially with kanji and etc., it has a specific meaning. It has it's a specific type of middle schooler to elemental schooler that thinks they are super powerful. I am the best ever, nothing can be better than me, I am the strongest. I have secret powers or a secret knowledge that no one else has, and that makes me the strongest there ever was, you know? You know what I'm talking about. You know the type of teenager I'm talking about. The ones that say that have the power of God and anime on their side. You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm saying. So the Japanese have a specific word for this, which I don't know if we have. We can call them weebs if you want, if one uses slang versus slang, but that doesn't really encapsulate the idea of, it's not just a weeb, it's a guy that thinks he's super powerful, a overconfident teenager. You know what I mean? So slang has its uses. Of course, there are some that are just incomprehensible, such as 6-7. What the fuck does 6-7 mean? Well, I don't know. Let's take a look at Google. Hold on. 6-7 mean? What does it mean? I can tell you 6-7 all the time whenever I see the number, but what the fuck does that mean? Well, 6-7 means absolutely nothing. It is just a reference to a kid that asked the height of a basketball player, and the basketball player said he's 6'7", and apparently there was a rap song that the guy says something related to 6'7", the number, and the kid immediately goes, "Oh, 6'7", 6'7". It is complete and meaningless rot. It has no meaning whatsoever. It is just a joke. Unlike, for example, aura farming. You could call aura farming childish nonsense, but it has a meaning, right? I'm saying I'm aura farming, you understand what I'm doing. I'm over here posing, I'm over here looking like a badass, and I'm aura farming. You understand what that means. However, 6-7 itself is pure wrong. It's pure poison. It has no meaning whatsoever. It just exists to piss off people. And it works. On that regard, it works. It's a joke. Not all jokes make meaning. Not all jokes make sense. But yeah. I just realized my camera is bent the other way. There we go. That's much better. I meant to be centered. There we go. I mean, French number is funny now. Oh, it's not funny. Well, that you're boring and funny because everyone thinks it's funny and boo-hoo. That's all jokes, buddy. That's literally all jokes in the world. In any case, that's language. Language is just sounds that we, as a society, as a social creature, as humans, or certain civilizations or certain cultures, agree that, oh, so that means this. Okay, if I say apple, you understand what an apple is. It is a fruit that comes from the tree. It is usually red when it's mature, and it's green when it's not. So when I say apple, you understand immediately what I mean without me having to explain any further. So language is, again, sounds with meaning that we all agree have a meaning. Again, I'm repeating myself here, but that's pretty much all languages. When you're trying to learn a new language, you're learning a new set of code words, all with their distinct meanings. So when you say, for example, squid, in Japanese, they're gonna say, I don't actually know the name for the word for squid. Let's say cat. Let's go with cat. You know what a cat is, like? It's a feline animal, furry, ears, eyes, cute, sometimes a bit of a bastard, but you know what a cat is. If I say in Portuguese, gato, if you know Portuguese, you understand I'm talking about a cat, if, you know, English is your native language. Now, if you know Japanese and someone says neko, you also understand, oh, that's a cat. All right, I understand. Cat is cat. Cat, gato, Siam, I don't know, I think that's French, I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, you understand what I'm saying. Again, it is a code word to represent that particular animal. Focus on the game now, G4. Let's see, we have Dizzying Waves with Painkiller, which we don't need. Golden Urn, which is very nice for cost accumulation. First Aid for healing. Wrist Guards for Crawling Abyss, but that means fighting Pequot Town. And I'd rather not fight Pequot Town because we take extra damage from Pierce, and they are quite strong. And they outnumber us by a lot. A certain word has butlers, which hit ridiculously hard. Burning Haze is okay, but there's no gifts here to attract my attention. But Addicting Lust has Painkillers, Voodoo Doll, and Devil's Share. And Devil's Share is very good. So we're gonna go for Tangling Lust. Language is fascinating. I was doing Japanese classes, but I had to drop because of certain external factors. But I'm very eager to return my studying of Japanese because, again, set of code words. As long as you understand that you're learning a new code, it makes much easier to understand any language. And again, idioms and slang has a place in words because they are very important. Again, through colloquial language is very important when you want to represent a, what's it called? A specific thing or a specific group of things with a singular word. Once again, I'm going to use the example of aura farming, which is a very, very easy to use word. Just like how we also have modern words that just cropped up from the, for example, the same way I say chunibyo is a Japanese thing. What comes to your mind, you viewer, right now? If I call you an incel, yes, I'm calling you an incel. You know what an incel is, right? But for a Japanese person who doesn't know English, what the fuck does an incel mean? Oh, an incel is this, that, and that. I understand that because I know what it is. I know the meaning behind the code word. And so you know what an incel means. So when you hear someone saying the word incel, their word chud, their word chad, or something else like that modern slang, you instantly know what we're talking about. You don't need a translation for it, unless you really don't know about it. That's language. That is words with meaning. Sounds with meaning. You hear the vocalization. Incel. You know what it is. Cha,
효과적이네요.
cha,
이 방식을 기억하는 게
and so on and so forth.
되겠냐고요.
Sorry, I let the teacher side of me take control for a little bit. It's the drink. And I ended up ranting about what I'm learning in college.
사냥이 성분적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Right, let's focus on our little chudette here. Speaking of chuds, let's talk about our chudette here, who lives in her goon cave, where she is neglected by her father and now mother, which will cut her in half the first opportunity she sees to gain an additional power-up.
재밌겠는데? 이거 금방 맞지?
But anyway, I hope we learned something from this rant of mine, this drunken rant of mine, because language is very interesting. I want to learn more. I just need to dedicate myself a little bit more to it. But certain external factors are interfering with that, or else I'll be ranting a lot more about that because I really like this. Languages are fascinating. Why is my camera bent?
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
Because when you learn a new language, here I go again. I said I was gonna stop. I lied. No, languages are fascinating because when you learn the code words of another language, you also learn a new way of thinking because we compound the meaning of something into a singular sound.
이러면 아무것도 못하고.
I always wonder what just even the city looks like, and I always wonder how the city looks like. Look on my tabletop, actually. Imagine you shit talk someone from the middle, and then immediately you get doxxed by the members of the middle because they have an entire faction of computer nerds that are just typing away in the computer, monitoring forums for anyone that says anything bad about the middle, and they instantly hack you and discover where you live to send a couple of brothers to exact vengeance on you. Because we know the internet exists in the city. Camille from Dawn's Canto was literally streaming. We often forget that the setting of the city is just our modern day world, but more violent.
금방 맞지?
That's right, even more violent. Right? Oh, we can conquer our karma over there, but I'm not going to do that. Not as a solo character. That is very difficult to survive unless you have a dodge. Always gamble on Honglu. And Honglu failed.
운이 따라주지 않네요.
4, 3, 1, 시작.
Also, it's very funny that, not funny, it's really sad. On the Otia's trailer, she mentions that she's bringing fruit to Kira Ishmael to keep the sickies away because she knows damn well that the diet she keeps Ishmael on, Kira Ishmael, is not a good diet for someone that is growing up. And I gotta bring fruit to this child or else she's gonna catch scurvy. Which is something I learned today as well. There are modern people out there in the United States that are getting scurvy. How are people getting scurvy in the modern age? How? I don't understand. We have the ways to transport fruit around. It's not like you're in the high seas plundering for booty and you can't get fruit because you live in a boat and the fruit will rot before you can eat it.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금
Oh, 7 stacks of bleed. That's bad. That's real bad.
재밌겠는데? 오, 이런. 아무튼 놀라 열받. 놀라운 한 방이네. 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
That's a lot of bleed. I don't like that. Make it stop now.
거뜬히 잡을 것 같은 투지였는데요. 재밌겠는데? 이거 금강 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
As no one was really picky with eating and being at severe high risk of anemia just because I barely ate anything at all. Well, what can I say? I don't think you have anyone to blame but yourself, but I don't know of your condition, so I'm not going to judge. But yes, I'm judging.
재밌겠는데?
I am very impoverished. I don't receive a lot of money from my teaching gig, and I don't exactly live in the best of house, but I try to always make sure I'm leaving something close to a balanced diet. I reduce the carbs as much as I can. I eat lots of protein, eggs, meat, the meat I can afford, that is, and lots of vegetables and lots of fruits. I cut off as much sugar as I can. The only exception is today, which I'm drinking, Coke with rum here, which is very tasty, by the way. Don't drink. Drinking is bad. Drinking is very bad.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을
Man, just put some fruit in your diet. Come on, it's not that hard.
재밌겠는데?
But then again, I do not know your conditions. I apologize if I'm stepping over my boundaries here. And I don't know how the situation is over in America, because from what I hear from American friends, that's not good, especially in the terms of food. And I have watched quite a lot of videos about the food industry over in America, and they're not promising, I will tell you that much. But hey, if you're from America and you're watching me, I thank you and welcome you here. It's a very nice cultural exchange. That's one of the good aspects of the internet. We get to have culture shock from other cultures, and that's always interesting. And strange. We need 4 counters. We need 4 counters, otherwise we're gonna get hit for free. Actually, we need 2 counters.
재밌겠는데?
Violate the Braken's land.
되겠냐고요. 되겠냐고요. 사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로.
Ah, you're British, not American. Ah, I see.
되겠냐고요.
Still, welcome. It's a nice cultural exchange we have here. That's, again, the point of the internet. We are connected to one another for better or for worse. And I still don't believe British people are real. I'm joking, okay? I'm joking. Now, Akuyemdi, do forgive me the question. And Moises is already asking the question, but I must ask. Have you ever tried jellied eels?
상당히 즐거워 보이는데요. 뭔가 기운을 내게 하는 걸 먹었을지도 몰라요. 재밌겠는데?
I want to know. Because I have heard about jellied eels, and well, not one to judge, but in Brazil we have some hard stuff too. But jellied eels, or other stuff like offal, or I think it's called offal. No, it's something about organ meat. It's not Brussels sprouts either. It's haggis. Haggis. That's the name of the thing I'm thinking about. Haggis. Oh my god. Just remembering that makes me ill. I know we can't be picky eaters if we have jellied eels. Jellied eels. Okay, thank God.
놀라운 한방이네요. 사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Come on, hit me. What also horrible things I heard from Britain? There is jellied eels, of course. There is haggis. There is mushy peas. What was it? Stargazer pie.
이만하면 순항이죠.
The one with the fish looking up in the sky. Stargazing or Stargazy pie or something like that. But again, I am not one to judge. I am Brazilian. We do horrible things to pizza here. And they are delicious. Screw you.
이거 건강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Happiness, 120.
이러면 아무것도 못해도
Also, another thing I need to do now that I think about stream, I need to start doing my whole book reading with no music because it kind of gets in the way of the atmosphere. Because I was reading yesterday when Raskolnikov did his murder, and the music of Limbus really didn't fit the theme, so I need to fix that.
몰라요 이것도 이러면 아무것도 못하죠. 이거 건강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
We mostly use burn, but we are not hitting any burn because we need to activate the envy resonance first.
이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Yeah, if this dude doesn't have Terminal Blades at 3+ envy resonance gain through Terminal Blades, yeah. We need envy resonance and we have not been activated because I am a fool. Otherwise, we don't get our full burn powers. We have a lot of burn gifts.
재밌겠는데? 이거 건강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛
Breaking Slam!
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Okie dokie. It's taking a while to load. Oh, hell yeah, Carmilla! Hell yeah, now that's gonna make us run noticeably faster. We get gold in the urn as well for money. We get lowest star for sanity reduction on the enemies. We got a little refresh here. We got melted paraffin. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, boys. Full power Carmilla. Hell yeah. Anything else we can upgrade? No. Let's keep it going. Addicting lust, blunt wrath, pride.
4.
And there we go. Why is it only Twitch that does this? Go away, bot. Go away. Oh, it's so no one will cry. That's an easy boss.
지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
We need to clash against one of his attacks so we don't get blunted to hell and back, even though we're resistant to it. Ishmael has no idea what's coming for her. She's literally gonna get, you know, cut in half for bus fare, and then Otis is gonna walk.
이만하면 순항이죠.
Alright, clash against the 3 coins, so we don't get hit with 3 coins.
재밌겠는데? 이거 건강 맞지? 야! 필살!
Look, she's wearing like a raincoat.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요. 재밌겠는데?
The only issue with this idea is that the only way we get grudges, if we're fighting solo at least, is by getting hit. Of course, on focus encounter that's not a problem because we don't have enough skill slots. But when we get into a focus encounter and we start getting skill slots to actually counter the enemy, it becomes a problem because, well, we don't get enough grudges to convert into tattoos, which is, you know, our main way of getting power. Here you go. Here's your talisman's back, buddy. It's all yours.
제가 누구 딸인데 저 불표처럼 흔들리는 놈이
And we clash and win and blast him to pieces. Because he has a staggered body part and we're gonna twist his arm until it breaks. One of the keystones of fighting abnormalities in Limbus Company or Library of Ruina, especially if the enemy has multiple body parts, is that if any part of the enemy is staggered, you should be aiming as many attacks as you can into that body part for maximum damage. Even if you have to take a few one-sided attacks, if you can afford to take those attacks, you should, and just grab his arm and twist it until it breaks.
자, 맞서보자.
Goodbye.
우리들에게 입각하도 별것도 아니잖아요. 되겠냐고요.
Again, we're not activating our Envy Resonance as much as we should, so we're not getting Thermal Blades, and that means we're not getting our burn application, which we are focusing on. We have a lot of burn gifts we're not activating, but it's fine because we're really fine. All right, Voodoo Doll is giving enemy final power +1, so fuck no, we're not taking that. We take Devil's Share, and we take the defense level from Layer Bandages, even if we get a dupe. Fortunately, I'm not giving the enemy a chance here. I'm not kind like that. Hell yeah, let's go for Cassetti. Why not? I could have taken the Pocket Statuette, but we don't have AoE outside of Eagle Gifts, and we don't have single coin skills, so on to the mystery pack. Who's in a fight, Ricardo or Matthias? Matthias is, by all technicalities, a great brother. He outranks Ricardo. And he has a relic sword, so yeah, Matthias wins. Ricardo is yet to take his pilgrimage to become a great brother. Alright, we got Envy, we do Envy. Ishmael! Garbage. It's you! Shake hands! Shake hands with me right now! No, I don't care. Shake your hands with me. Give me that charge barrier.
4, 3, 1, 시작.
Okay, I thought Limbus Company was about to crash. Whoopsie doopsie. Now, danger, danger. These things inflict lots of bleed. And we are screwed. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. This might have been a mistake, ladies and gentlemen, but we're gonna try our best not to get obliterated by these creatures. And they always inflict fierce damage too. Oh no. So much bleed. Not a problem, not a problem. We can win by countering. We can win by countering. Maybe. If you don't get staggered, that is. We're alive. Ah, man, this blow. This is seriously uncool, brother. I will take that 31 damage.
조명이 전멸하는 저곳 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Counter, counter attack.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
A lot of damage. Oh no, that's a lot of damage. This is bad, brother. This is real bad. Ooh, that's 24 counts of 34 bleed damage. Ooh, that's over 600 damage of bleed. We have 200 HP.
재밌겠는데?
We're gonna use a single coin, so we only take 34 damage for maximum AoE because we have that option. And then we're gonna use spam counters and hope for the best. counters cannot trigger counters. Always remember that.
우리들에게 이
Oh
값
no.
별것도
Oh
아니잖아요.
no. Oh no 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 no, don't kill me.
재밌겠는데?
Oh, damn it. Counters do not activate bleed. Remember that. Screw you.
되겠냐고요.
Thankfully, our counters are very meaty.
사냥이 성공적이었지만
You're not meaty enough to.
사냥을 끝내러 가죠.
Oh, 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 my blood. Oh, my skin. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Dog, now's not the time. I'm not making. My dog wants to be on camera, and I'm gonna put him on camera. Look at this creature. He's a mutt. He's a stinky mutt. And I love this stinky mutt. Oh, you little doggy. You are a little doggy.
파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
Yum, 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 yum. Oh, you little dog. Oh, whatever. Oh, yo, dog. Oh, that's a stagger. Oh no. The counter skilled us. The counter fucked us over here. I should have just countered. And I don't have echoes of the manner. So, yeah, she's dead. Bleed of a solo character is very bad. All right, one more time.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면
Line obsession, right from the get-go, rock and roll.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다. 저것들 상당히
Right,
즐거워
pop them with the big attack once again, Ishmael.
보이는데?
That is just 25 damage. You can tank that. You're probably gonna heal from lithograph.
조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
Again, I am. Here's the thing. We have reached the threshold on the daily mirror dungeons where I have revealed every single ID, and that's very nice. I like it. Cool. I love that I have managed to review every single ID. But the problem is, I have used lots of eagles and lots of Race of the Stars, so the IDs didn't get evaluated on their base capacity with, just how powerful the ID is by itself. Now, one thing that I might want to try to do in the future is do runs with the IDs. The ID team, mind you, just like we did before, in order this time, of course, to... without any graces, without any ego gift, and without any egos other than base. Because right now, she is surviving because of her egos. Because if she dares to clash against these enemies, she is going to bleed to death. And that is going to keep happening, unfortunately. There is nothing I can do about it.
열라 열받죠. 이러면 아무것도 못하고.
If she didn't have that AoE ego, she would be taking a lot more attacks than she's taking right now, and she would be dead. That's why I don't like using egos, because we're not appreciating the ID for its capacity to kill the enemy. We're literally using an ego to survive here, and it's not good. I don't like it. It feels like cheating. It's supposed to be an ID study. It feels like cheating, but then again, using eagles is part of the game, and we're probably gonna die now because we're way below our stagger threshold, and one of them has a motherfucking counter. Ah, we die now. Of course, if I decide to do this fight suite, no ego gifts from the start, no grace of the stars, and no ego attacks, this would mean that
다들 힘이 솟는 것
the
같네요.
runs I do, the daily runs I do, would end much earlier because at some point, especially the older IDs, will face an enemy team that they are unable to beat, and they will die. Which is a possibility I'm well open to accepting, but because of the RNG nature of the mirror dungeon, sometimes it's just a bad hand that we have been dealt with.
파도가
Yes, down off of Sinclair's flashbacks, indeed, which is one of the ideas I'm going to be reviewing again next week or probably in the next few days. Because again, I can't pre-schedule the mirror dungeons anymore because of stream elements moving the chat from the stream. Which was unfortunate because I wanted to have the chat on stream when we did Matthias, but that is not the case, unfortunately.
기운을 내게 하는 걸 먹었을지도 몰라요. 열라 열받죠. 이러면 아무것도 못하죠. 저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 재밌겠는데? 가서 끝장내죠. 임무 게이지 X.
Let's try and play with our gimmick here of bleed, of countering.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이
Yes, Moises, that is unfortunately how most Mirror Dungeon Extremes go if you are running a solo team. You are hoping and praying that your character can evade the few attacks so that he's able to get enough skill slots to actually counter. That is unfortunately Mirror Dungeon Extreme with solo characters with evade. Don't know what to tell you.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게
If they weren't using counters, I would be fine, but they are.
재밌겠는데?
Hello, Juanita777. How are you doing? Welcome back to the stream. We're doing Ikura Solo for no other reason other than it is the 67th episode of our daily Mirror Dungeon ID study. In any case, if I do decide to do the whole let's appreciate the IDs for their base powers with no Grace of the Stars, no starting ego gifts other than the one you get for free, and no egos, a lot of these runs would end up really early, and I guess that would accelerate the book reading to some degree. If I'm unable to beat the fight, I just call it quits and the team dies. Which is something I'm liable to do, but gonna have to put a disclaimer every time at the beginning of the stream. And now that we have several skill slots, we're actually using Violet Breaking Slam. That is very cool.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Oh, that's so big. Ishmael, your blood is pouring out of every single pore in your body. How are you living? She's not. She is getting slowly ground into a pulp.
재밌겠는데? 이거 공감 맞지? 야! 글쎄! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Oh, she's doing it, but holy shit! Survive, Ishmael the warrior! And because we have lithograph, we actually heal off of staggers, so this is... Whew. Welcome to this canale, welcome back, how are you doing?
아무튼 그 놀라운 한방 되겠냐고요. 열라 열받죠. 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
Look at her go!
사냥이
All the
성공적이었는데
enemies are staggered, but if we attack them, we die! Oh no! Oh no! They're gonna have to go full counter here. If we attack, then we died. It is simple as that. She is between those lines right now, Moises. It's Ismail, or is she's going to be a meal for the Blood Fiends?
이만하면 순항이죠.
We don't know. We're waiting for her to not die of bleed damage.
재밌겠는데? 이거 금강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 이거 금강 맞지?
Pure counter gameplay. That is thrilling.
되겠냐고요.
She survived. Very good. Holy moly. This was a mistake. We have another fight to go. Oh no. Oh no. And we are half health.
4, 3, 1 시작.
Hey, she learned with the best, right? She learned with the Matthias.
상당히 즐거워 보이는데.
And the first guy is already using a counter. How lovely.
재밌겠는데?
Let's start with a AoE so we can stagger some of these fools. Because we have Carmilla, this may aid us. Otherwise, back to counter slot. Please don't stagger her. It staggered her. Might as well retry because we don't have echoes of the manor. And so if she gets staggered, she is dead. Ain't no way she's gonna survive that. Ain't no way. Unless we use Era, but I don't want to use her dented powers. Which is, again, another thing I have used in previous streams, which I don't like using. Because I feel that goes against the idea of, like, I am testing these IDs for their power rather than by using external powers like Egos, Ego Gifts from the start, Grace of the Stars, or the Dante powers. However, the Mirror Dungeon kind of counts on you getting Ego Gift. It provides with you the... what's it called?
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요.
Right, we can actually clash against a few of these. Give me a counter.
재밌겠는데?
It provides you the Grace of the Stars and the Ego Gift, and it kind of expects you to use Ego attacks as well. So I think it's an unfair analysis of the team. And I do not know where we could best apply, like, to do a full ID study of the teams. The best place to apply that. Maybe one of the cantos where we have a really long battle. Say, it gotta be one of the recent ones, honestly. Maybe an field excavation or somewhere we can put the teams into a fight and see how they do. But that will also break the idea of a solo run with a team that has no one to support them. Because if I try to put, for example, Lobotomy Remnant Faust against, say, something from Canto 9, even if she's full power level, she would not do well. Because again, a solo fighter only really works well if they have the way to recover from stagger. In the story nodes, by the way, only works well if she has the way to recover from stagger or to dodge. And a lot of the early IDs do not. Don't worry, Moises, that's fine, that's fine. Part of being a streamer is understanding that your audience is always going to be funnier than you are. And I'm not particularly funny myself. I'm a teacher. Teachers aren't funny. The only thing that is funny about a teacher is their salary. Ha ha! Oh, that mold. I'm making a fucking paycheck joke. I'm mold as hell. One thing good about Kira Ishmael is that when she uses her counter, which hasn't been converted into a skill tree, she lowers her stagger threshold, making her more difficult to stagger. Which is, again, very nice.
재밌겠는데? 이거 긴장 맞지? 발렛 브레이크.
Love about this attack is that if she gets a tails, she fumbles the voice line. She's just like, oh, Violet, breaking slam.
아무튼 슬램. 이 방식을
It's little details like that that matters for a characterization of a character.
되겠냐고요.
I love doing character bits. I love them. I love reading books. I love playing tabletop RPGs, and listening to the voice lines and the little variations of it helps me a lot understand characters and do better characterizations. Which I'm really looking forward for when I actually GM for the tabletop again, which right now Vin, my good friend Vin, is being the GM for.
재밌겠는데?
And I want to get back to the GM chair, which we collectively call the cuck chair, because the GM pretty much is making a story for everyone else to enjoy but himself, but that's untrue. I can enjoy the stories I make a lot, and I have learned a lot over the time we've been playing tabletop, and I'm eager to get back into my GM throne, or the cuck throne, if you will. And victory! Tastes sweet and tastes good, doesn't it? Very good, Kirishmel. Very good. Anyway, I'm very eager to go back to GMing, but right now I get to play as Ryonosuke, my character in the tabletop, which I'm very eager to continue playing. Last time we left off, he has like 7 criticals in the chamber. He's ready to unleash that and cut someone in half. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be great. Ooh, I can barely contain myself. All right. We are a bleed burn team with blunt. Let's get ourselves some bleed gifts. We got arresting him, that gives us haste. Hardblood Glavy. And we don't actually use that. Ooh, apologies. Non-disclosure agreement. Hell to the fucking yeah. Let's read this effect together. This gift got reworked recently, and it turned out to be one of the best gifts for solo plays in this game. Turn start. A random ally deals 10% more damage and gains shield equal to 49% of max HP. Effective until non-disclosure agreement effect expires. The ally deals 10% damage every time it hits with a skill, deals HP damage to an enemy, max 40% damage. If the ally takes HP damage, the gift effects expire. At the next turn start, apply the same gift effect to another random ally. Accumulated damage boost carries over. Effect expires if no other allies can be selected. It is perfect. It is perfect for solo plays. As long as you don't take too much damage, that is, you gain a shield that is like half your HP that you can just soak up the damage. It is beautiful. It makes a man want to cry. Joking, of course, but it is good. It is real good. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. All right, let's try to get the tier 4 gift. For bleed, we got a rock. Yay. I love getting the rock when I meant to get something else, game. Give me what it matters. Give me what I desire. And I desire the red stain Gossipium, because that's a lot of offense level down. Canned ice cream, what does it even do? I do believe it's some health regeneration on using charge skills that consume charge. I don't know. There's an achievement I have to do coming up next few streams, which is getting a lot of fusion tier gifts, and that's gonna cost a lot of starlight, so look forward to that. We're gonna do the achievement together so you can learn the method. The scientist, Dr. Bald here, will reveal the method, as I have revealed the method for dealing with Matthias on the Extreme Mirror Dungeon. Alrighty, me mateys. How about you all get staggered turn 1?
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다. 다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요.
Always the interval have the best.
좋겠어요.
What is this bullshit? What are you trying to pull here? Screw you guys. Finding Ardor Blossom in Canto 9, I think I may die. Ardor Blossom in Canto 9, she is very, very dangerous. I can't for the life of me remember what I did to pass through her. You can consult my previous streams if you want to know what I did, but I don't know what I did, I don't remember. But my advice on this Canelli, sit down, get yourself nice and comfortable, get yourself a drink, something really hot and comfortable for you, and read its passives. Because the upgraded bosses from Canto 9, yeah, they're quite powerful. Don't ignore their passives. It's the same with Ebony Queen's Apple, where usually we target the fruit, so we do lots of damage, but if you target the fruit, she retaliates with a really powerful skill next turn, unless you cut off her limbs. So, yeah, just read her passives. Swallow your pride, swallow your lack of attention or whatever. I'm not calling you inattentive, but sit down, open up her details, and understand how the boss works, because by default she was already very annoying. In the Canto 9 she's doubly more annoying, so prepare yourself for that. Prepare yourself, boy. It is going to be difficult, but because it is difficult, it makes it worth fighting for. Canto 9 is a pleasure. I love Canto 9. I know a lot of people have something to say about the support fights, but I love Canto 9. It's cool. Fighting outside the mirror dungeon for the first time, indeed. And in case of the Ebony Queen's Apple, we fight her outside of the Terrence field from the Golden Bowls. If you do not know, every Lobotomy Corporation facility across the city has a Golden Bowl, which is the main thing we're going after as the Limbus company. Every Golden Bowl is responsible for the Clivepot Veteran Field. Fuck is that, G4? The Clivepot Veteran Field is, simple words, a energy field that envelops the facility which the abnormalities contained that lowers their power level. The Clivepot word comes from the Kabbalistic, not mythos, Kabbalistic system, which means a shell. In the Kabbalistic system, the light of God is infinite and overwhelming. And as such, for both good and bad. For the bad side of light of God, because infinite means it is infinite, it abranges all spectrums and reaches everywhere. It also means it goes from the good side of things and the bad side of things. For the bad side of things, though that light is contained in a shell, so only a part of it can shine into our world, meaning that we are not overwhelmed by the evil of the infinity of God, because God is supposed to represent both evil and good. So we're not overwhelmed by evil. The evil light of God, if you could call it that, is encased in a Clivepot, a shell. In the same term, the Clivepot deterrent field from Lobotomy Corporation is exactly that. For the abnormalities, it limits their power so that we may not be overwhelmed by their savagery, by their power. That is what the Golden Bowl does. That is how Dante can prevent the palification of the white whale and so many other effects that he can do. Hello, Cassetti, welcome! Oh yes, Limbus Company is aiming to be a new wing of the world. Now, I have not finished reading Distortion Detective. Again, I have read it before, but I don't remember all the details for it. Don't forgive me. I know, fake fan alert. He doesn't remember every minute detail of Lobotomy Corporation, Distortion Detective. But, yeah, when the wing of the world and the world of Project Boom falls, another one must take its place. Because it's a vacant plot and the head wants to put someone there. Limbus Company, not only did they start with the same letter, they are aiming to become the new L Corp, a new wing of the world, the same way Wayfarer Company is aiming to take the place of the slowly degrading W Corp, Warp Corp. Because Warp Corp keeps fucking up. Now, this is all according to Dia's plan from Distortion Detective, where she says she wants a pair of wings so she can topple the head. Now, I mentioned this before, but I'm gonna be very mad if we are going to fight the head. Because I think the whole idea of a dystopian government being tackled down is incredibly trite, incredibly annoying, and incredibly lame. Limbus gonna become a corporate here, a wing war. Doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna get a wing war. That's the thing. The vacancy for L Corp is available. Is available for our rise to power for Limbus Company is not exactly, you know, blocked by these other wings. Now, if another wing was trying to rise to take a new position, and currently L Corp, W Corp or L Corp is still present, then that might become a wing war. Because you gotta consider these corporations not as corporations, but mostly as other nations sharing the same continent. They're all struggling for power against one another, they're making deals, they're colliding with each other, and, you know, they're trying to get a head over of the other, you know, nations. Of course, the head stands above all of that because they're overwhelmingly powerful, but the corporations, the wings, are always squabbling with each other. He just clashed my attacks here and I'll continue. If a position for a new nation is available, there is no reason why there should be a wing war, because someone's just taking over the place. What's going to happen probably is a lot of wings are going to approach you. You, the new company, wants to take the place of a wing and say, hey, what if we, you know, join forces or etc. Or they would try to steal your secrets, which you have to jealously guard, because you are a corporation after all, with a singularity. And I assume you have to receive the approval of the head to rise to the rank of a wing of the world, which is what they're called. New legal lines can never replicate Godsang's mirror technology, because that's not what they're attempting to do. That is not their intent, Moises. They are experimenting with the mirror technology, not to draw out mirror identities, but to do something else. When they went to Hong Yuan on Kanto 8, they didn't go there to become the new head of H Corp or to get the Golden Bow. They were willing to give the Golden Bow to us. Remember that? They even made a temporary alliance to us to get to the Golden Bow, to get inside the temple. What they were after is something that they were referring to the truest form of a human being. Now, what the hell does that mean? We do not know, because their plans, we do not know their plans. But it isn't as simple as, I want to become king of Golden Bow Mountain. No. They're going for something beyond that. They're digging for the form of a true human being, whatever that means. They're making experiments with the mirrors to try and draw out the best spot to overlay identities on a single person, which they have done with Leviathan, with Garnet. My idea, my theory is that they are trying to eliminate the mirror words, not by destroying them, but by forcing them into the world and overlaying all those possibilities into everyone. Imagine again the infinity, the quantum infinity of the mirrors, all possibilities that you could ever be in the infinity of a mirror, all of them synchronized into a singular person. You are everything that you could ever be, from the lowest to the highest. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? You are you, the best you, the worst you, the youest you that you could ever possibly be. I think that's their objective. They are really going for something transcendental, to compress all the infinity of realities into a single reality. Just take the infinite and just into a single thing. That's my idea, but I could be wrong. I don't pay much attention to what NCorp is doing. We're gonna beat them, we're gonna punch them just because they're enemies. I don't need any more justification than that. But that's what I think they're gonna do. They're looking for the original form of humanity, and I believe they will find that original form of humanity by, again, using the mirror words to compound every possibility in one thing. There will be the mirror dungeon like a training ground for that theory. Correct. We are facing several overpowered possibilities and using IDs from our possible future selves, or possible future whatevers, to train. Much again how we did the sweeper waves. We have stated that we have plenty of training with long grind battles. We're good with this. We know what we're doing. And again, Project Moon loves to weave their narrative with gameplay elements. Distraction, the mirror dungeons, everything contributes to the story somehow. Even the tickets we use to level up our guys, everything we use is some way or somehow related to the mirror. Oh, we are paralyzed. I don't like that. Like, if your theory is true, only people who can withstand the power is also be true. Indeed. They are experimenting to see if they can get that to work. If you have read the Leviathan, they were... And Leviathan and Canto 6, which is the Heartbreaking or Heathcliff's Canto, they were experimenting just in that. What we need to tweak if we want to try to overlay identities on a single person. Can we take a person and turn them into a neutral element that we can project any identity we want into that? How many identities can we project into that creature? Garnet in Leviathan was layered with a multitude of identities. He was Roland, he was the director of the Sea Association, he was Lulu from Streetlight Office, he was a lot of people at the same time, and he managed to defeat a maestro of the ring. I do the maestro distorted and something happened, but still. It's likely that we're gonna get a lot more information on Canto 10 about the mirror technology, Dante, and everything else, really, because NCorp is in the center of it all, and the new World War, new Smoke War is coming, you know? But yeah, they're doing something a little more grandiose. Again, when we talk about the wings of the world, every corporation, NCorp, K-Corp, T-Corp, etc., we don't need to see them as corporations because they are not bothered about profits. Sure, they need money, they need profits to make things work and their singularities and everything else, but they are more focused on empire building, culture building. They're not much care of the person if they're, oh, they don't have enough food to eat, or, oh, we have, bad deals with our neighbor. No, of course they're some concerned about that. Of course, I'm not completely discrediting that part of the thing, but they're empire building. They're more focused on their more esoteric objectives rather than pure money. Oh, like how he's his other stuff in his counter when fighting Wilhelm? Exactly. And according to words from our own director, Heathcliff can just do that. Like, he's a necromancer. He can summon people from the dead. He can travel around. He can jump portals into other dimensions. He can just do that. It's Heathcliff. He can do that. You know who else could hop through realities? The Purple Tear. You remember her? Infamous ganker of poorly prepared floors in Library of Ruina. Yeah, she can also do that. She was an experiment of a wing, of course, but Heathcliff has a natural tendency to do that. If I remember from a shorter watch, in our old world, living in the mirror world, this mirror world is just infinite possibilities, I think. Kind of, yes. You are correct that because we are messing with quantum shit, our world is just one of the possibilities of the infinity. It is hard to pinpoint which one's the original one, which I think that is exactly what NCorp and the League of Nine are afraid of. What if you discover one day that you are not the original one, but just a possibility of you who could be? you'd be, I'd say, maybe freaked out, maybe accepting it. Depends. It depends on the individual. But N-Corp, which is a wing that firmly believed in the human experience, they would be pissed off. How do you mean we're not the original ones? What do you mean we're not the best there ever was? No, this cannot be. And so they're probably investing in some way to destroy the mirror worlds, to take all of these infinite realities and crush them into our reality, to make sure that we are the only reality that can be. Because that is the human experience. That is how it should be. Not some, oh, I am the guy, I just one of the guys, you know, I just do things. No. I have to be the very best. The best that ever was. The only one. The unique one. And that's what N-Corp is all about. Human experience. And that's what they're going for. That's a theory over, of course. We're going to learn more about that once we progress through the cantos. But that's what I believe in. Just the same way that Herman offered to Ahab when she rescued her from the lake. Like, hey, what if you killed all of the whales, you know? Not just one, not just the whale that is here, but you killed all of them. Because we're going to crush all possibilities into one. We're going to quantum collapse our world into a singular strand instead of multiple of them, you know? Heathcliff, you're supposed to fail.
과정은 어쨌든 결과는 좋잖아.
Alright, I'll take that. Fuck it. And we have lust, so we can take that as well. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked here. But it's fine, it's fine. We got our rants. All of us got our rants. Let's try to get the Book of Vengeance, shall we? Okay, let's see. What can we fuse here? W Flask is useless. It has to be this. We have shields at the beginning, so we don't need that. There we go, Book of Vengeance. Perfection. We have more shields on our start. Now, this whole thing about N-Corp is really refreshing to me because they were poised in the first canto and subsequent times they showed up to be our enemies, right? Though they're our rivals, right? They're also trying to get the golden bows. But it's not as simple as that because as per Canto 9, they couldn't give half a shit about us. Like, okay, you want the golden bow? Take it. I'm not here for the golden bow. Canto 8, sorry. I'm not here for the golden bow. I'm here to try and find the original form of a human being, which happens to be a worm, and I want to figure out how that is. You can take the golden bow if you want, I don't care. Which immediately puts a wrench in the whole, you know, pattern recognizing brain that we have, like, oh, they have to be the villain, right? They're opposing us, they're taking the golden branches, so they're gonna be like a foil to us, just like the blue reverberation in Library of Ruina was a foil to our own, you know, librarians have gone through their, you know, realization and suppressions and lobotomy preparation. But no, the moment they say, actually, I don't give a shit about you. You can do whatever the fuck you want, Limbus Company. I'm just here for something else. Take the golden bowls. I don't care. Our goals are beyond you. That puts a wrench, because, yeah, sure, they kind of screwed us over at the beginning and a few other times where they're like, you want the golden bowl? I'm taking it. What are you going to do about it, nerd? But no. It's different. They're going for something else, which is more concerning than just being our enemies, in my opinion. When the demon, let's go for an anime example here. When the demon lord is not interested in fighting the prophesized hero of legend because he's trying something else, that's cause for concern, right? Like, you're supposed to fight the hero of legend because he's the guy that is going to kill you. That is prophecy. What do you mean you don't care about him? What are you looking for? What are you seeking? When you do this, when you immediately turn the things around like, I don't care about you, I'm doing something else that doesn't have anything to do with our prophecy, where the great hero chosen by the gods is going to defeat the demon king and bring 1,000 years of peace and prosperity, and the demon lord couldn't give half a shit about this because he's pursuing something else. That immediately subverts the plot of the whole hero journey, where, you know, he is supposed to be the main foil to the demon lord, but demon lord doesn't care. So what's going on? What's happening here? What do you mean you're escaping the story? This is supposed to happen. This is supposed to be the way things are going. What do you mean you don't care about me? I'm supposed to be your rival, your nemesis. It's written here in the book of prophecy we're supposed to fight each other. That's our pattern-seeking brain working. That is how usually stories are written. Like, we have a whole, you know, this is the enemy, defeat the enemy, become hero, win. Oh my god, I'm taking a screenshot of this. Look how pathetic he looks right now. Oh my god, poor Toad. And so I am eagerly waiting to see what the League of Nine is going to do.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠. 재밌겠는데?
You requested it. It is your money. Sorry, I'm ordering a pizza as we speak. Anyway, that is, for me, very interesting. I'm eager to see what they're going to do with the League of Nine. That's why I don't want us to be fighting the head. I think the head is fine as it is. It already subverts one of the main tropes about dystopian governments in media. Because anytime you see like something that happens in the dystopian future, the government is always trying to keep the people down, is always trying to be more powerful, it's always very corrupt, and it's always the bad guy. But in the city, the head is more busy about maintaining an ecosystem than they are busy trying to, you know, gain some advantage over some other country or become more powerful, or its politicians become more powerful, because there are no other countries for the head to compete, as far as you know. Everything is the city, the outskirts, and that's it. The head doesn't need to compete with anyone from outside. They do not need to become more powerful. They are already the most powerful thing. And so when you are already the most powerful thing there is in the world, what is there left for you to do than to empire build, to build a culture, to cultivate something else? And so they're not out there to make our lives miserable. Sure, yes, some of the laws and decisions do make things more miserable than they should supposed to be. Sure, they could step up and say, okay, murder is illegal, don't murder, or we're gonna send the claws after you, and, you know, establish law and order as we know in our modern world, but they don't do that. They're more busy about maintaining some sort of ecosystem of the city to maximize humanity, for a lack of a better word or a better explanation. While their idea of humanity may be warped and skewed, they're still trying to cultivate something about humanity, emotions. But because they allow the corporations to run so wild and free and do whatever they please, it led to an excess of humanity, because the atrocities that the wings of the city apply to its citizenry, like T-Corp or K-Corp or whatever, is not directly responsibility of the head, but because of the decisions they took to establish their government type. They established that you are free to do whatever you want as long as you don't break any taboos, you're fine and dandy, I don't care. But because of that, certain types of people, you know, sociopaths and psychopaths, rose to power, became wings of the world, and they apply these ideas that they have to the populace in general. Because think about K-Corp, for example. K-Corp buys snuff films from other corporations to fuel their singularity, to create more tiers so they can create more product. And as such, they orchestrate disasters and tragedies in their own territory so that they have more snuff films to show their singularity to create more tiers. The whole thing about Sinclair's hometown during our Limbus company tour there was made with the approval of K-Corp. K-Corp allowed N-Corp to go to the Sinclair's town and wreak havoc. They allowed this. Understand the problem here? Do you understand, Rodion Raskolnikov, what happened? They allow this because they need that for their furnace. They need to fuel the fires. Of course, the head has some responsibility in that leaves no doubt, but as far as they're concerned, they're just letting people do whatever they want as long as they don't break their very specific rules, which they establish for a reason. They appear to be wanting to maximize emotional response on people of the city, but because of these amount of freedom they gave to everyone, had the opposite effect and let everyone to have the disease of the mind, the ennui, which we talked before on Yiseng's poems. The disease of the mind makes everyone just care about their immediate survival, do not have any dreams or aspirations, and just accept reality as it is with no hopes of changing anything, no dreams, no aspirations, no nothing. This is how things are, nothing's ever going to change, nothing ever happens. I might just as well be another cog in this horrible misery machine that we live. But at the same time, the head celebrates melee combat. They celebrate high emotions because who knows what their goal is. And that's what makes them interesting. That's what makes them refreshing to a degree. They are not an evil dystopian government out to acquire more power because they are corrupt or they want to compete with another country. They are doing something. They banned AI from the city, highly advanced sentient AI, for a reason. They banned non-humans from the city for a reason. The reason? We do not know yet. And that's what I think the head is fascinating. They're clearly doing something, but we do not know the scope of what they're doing or why they're doing it. And I'd rather leave it at that. I never want to find out what they are doing. I don't want to know what they want to do. I want to leave the head as is. Lobotomy Corporation, of course, had a different idea because they recognized this as a disease of the mind and said, hey, we need to fix this. And they aim to plant the seeds of the light into everyone through Lobotomy Corporation and entire shenanigans. The head didn't approve of that, of course, and if they did know, they would have stopped it. But Aang had a, unique opportunity because when Garion attacked the facility, again, spoiler for Lobotomy Corporation, and Garion attacked the facility, he managed to slice open her head and pick her brain and learn exactly how to avoid the watchful eyes of the beholders. And because they knew how to evade the head's ever watchful eye, they managed to make Angela, which is a sentient AI. They managed to make the entire project Seed of Light work, activate, not work, because Angela did a little funny at the end there. In any case, that is why I do not want to know to fight the head. I do not need to know what they're going to do. I do not want to know what they're going to do, and I do not want to stop them. Unless it's, horribly evil or whatever. But that would take away from the whole refreshness that this whole... the head, the evil government that is very hands-off is. The mystery would be broken if we decided to go for... we need to fight the head. But that's why I don't want it to happen. There's a Limbus company theory video by someone named Mr. Frank Cap that you need to watch it. I have not heard of it, and I have not watched it. Now, I do not consider myself some elder sage lore master of the Project Moon universe. There's probably a lot of, lore tidbits that I might be missing. I like my theory. I want it to be true, of course, as anyone who makes a theory. But I do not also watch any other theories. I rather sit and wait to see what is going to happen, what is going to become of Limbus Company as a whole, rather than theorize what may or may not be. Of course, I'm doing that right now. What do you mean, G4? You're theorizing what could or could not be. Well, yeah, maybe. I just like to ramble. I have my own channel now. I like to talk, and we need to talk about something while we're fighting the abnormalities here, because 10 floors of the Mirror Dungeon is quite dull, and I kind of regret doing it now. Because 10 floors, it still takes a lot of time. I want to read the book, I want to play Vermintide with my friends after, but still, back to the theory here. I'm gonna be very disappointed if we ever fight the head, but seems to be inevitable. I want to know what the League of Nine is planning, what they're gonna do. I want to know, but at the same time I don't want to know why the head does the things they do, because it would be very interesting to know. In any case, I ramble on for long enough. It's lots of things that are left as mystery. This is why, for example, Lovecraft stories are so interesting, because Lovecraft does a whole thing of tell, don't show, which is very important because a lot of modern writers do not know how to do that. Tell, don't show means that you're telling the audience that there is something spooky and evil happening, but you're not showing them. You are remaining quiet about it. You understand? Do you understand, Rodion Raskolnikov? We tell them that there's something going on, but we do not show them. Because if you show them, the mystery is ruined. The mystery is ruined. I forgot about answering my pizza. Got so lost in my sauce that I forgot to order my pizza. Let me solve that real quick, because dinner tonight is going to be pizza. Yum, yum. Oh, hell yeah, we got Midwinter Nightmare. All right, next floor. Sorry, again, got lost in the sauce. Faded overcoat is okay. And offense level +5. Let's sure we go with that. Alright, Faded Overcoat is another gift you can take to your Mirror Dungeon Extreme, which is very good, because if the enemies are low sanity, which they should be, because they're going to have all the gifts in the world, you gain offense level. Okay, Mountain of Corpses, Sea of Blood, Time Killing Time, or La Mancha Land Reopening. We're not going to take La Mancha Land Reopening because that's a death sentence. We're going to go for Mountain of Corpses. Alright, oh, ramble time. Where was that? Where did all this start? I don't remember, I'm drunk. I forgot where we're going for. Oh, I'm not fighting you, not right now. I don't have dodges, I only have counters. Avert your eyes, fuck off. Big perversion. Thought we already had that. Ooh, if you go here, it's a deadly 2 fights or 1 fight. That is difficult. Let's go for 1 fight.
4, 3, 1, 시작.
I'm doing a solo MD. That is simple to do, but no, we're doing a solo 10 floors, not MD Extreme. Which I should do Extreme, honestly. We have a lot of gifts that are good for that. These guys are about to get staggered. Now, since we got a non-disclosure agreement, we have half our health with shield, so we're fine. Solo MD isn't hard, my dude. It's, again, just a matter of having the right egos, right ego gifts. For grudges, good enough for me. 1 attack coming out, we've countered that. 1 kill. Hit me, I dare you. Sucker.
놀라운 한 방이네요. 사냥이 성공적이었네요.
1.
이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠. 재밌겠는데?
There's this one ego gift that deals 50% damage to total enemies on the first attack and go through all your skills. Yes, it is called Clean Needle and Shred. You get it from Papa Bongi. If you use an eagle with it, it is so broken. It is so broken.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이
Because let's understand why it is so broken. It is 50% of the damage. Now, understand the following. The eagle, for the first attack, turn, deals half the damage to the enemy that it was targeted. So if you hit the enemy for 100, it's gonna take 50 extra damage. Now I want you to consider that the first attack on the turn was an AoE. We hit 5 enemies with a single AoE, and each enemy received 100 damage. That is a total of 500 damage. Now, Clean Needle and Tread is going to do 250 damage to every enemy affected by the attack, meaning you dealt 350 damage to every enemy that got hit by the attack. I knew the Clean Needle and Tread was powerful, but I did not know how powerful it was until we did a solo with Lobotomy Remnant Faust, which is one of the earliest IDs released. That's Yuri Faust, because her Sin affinities allows her to spam Fluid Sac over and over again, much like our Kira Ishmael here can spam over and over again Ardor Blossom Moth. Since that we got lucky and got that gift, she was so horrendously powerful against group fights that it was a joke. It was a joke of a mirror dungeon. So if you're trying to do a solo and you have the particular ID can fuel an Eagle Gift forever, buy from the starter of the run the Clean Needle and Tread, or hope you get lucky on Papa Bongi's pack to get it, and you use an AoE at the beginning of the round and you get rid of the entire wave in a single AoE. It is very fun, it is very broken, it is very busted, because Papa Bongi and his gift are incredibly powerful. Is he saying Eagle from on the current pass? Oh my god, yeah, it is horrendously broken. Again, Papa Bongi and his Eagle Gift were designed with the idea of Library of Ruin still in mind. They were still very early in the development. They did not know what we were capable of with the system that they put before us. And now IDs are a lot more contained and the Eagles are a little less crazy. But no, not the Eagle, sorry. The Eagle Gift a lot more contained in their capability of destroying things. Oh boy, I talked a lot. Let me get a candy. Let me check if my pizza has been ordained. I think it has. Right, we have the Deadly Pack here. If you don't take the Deadly Pack, we're gonna be forced to fight against the Spiral of Contempt, which is a bad idea for a solo unit. So we're gonna take the Deadly Pack and hope for the best.
4, 3, 1, 시작.
Indeed, if Hornet Merceau loads up his shotgun, blasts a group of enemies, you take the total damage you dealt for the enemies, take half of it and reapply on the enemies. It is that busted. It is that broken.
재밌겠는데? 총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저.
No, don't worry, Carmen. The brain-rotted unit is gonna get split in half by her mother. Imagine if the Matthias Otis pulled out not her sword, not Lavatain, their legendary flame sword, but she reached into her one good foot that isn't made like bear-like and pulled out a fucking Havaiana. That is death. That is death right there.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게
That's 240 damage.
별것도 아니잖아요.
Horrible. I hate it. It's time to start countering. This is going to be another rough fight for us, boys. that, please. No.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
That's a good one, Carmen.
재밌겠는데? 분노 게이지 X. 몰라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
Right, we're surviving. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna get stronger.
재밌겠는데?
I don't mind losing a little bit of health here for an AoE, which might heal or stagger a lot of guys. And we heal for that attack as well.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
He sure is interested in making ideas that get buffed with more damage from killing their own allies. Yeah, he's the one that designed N-Corp Yiseng. Least you forget. Right, you have far too much bleed, so this is gonna be a counter flop fight. Sorry. Time for counter flop. Hey, what better motivation for your child than that if you're gonna split him in half if he loses the class? That is gonna motivate the brat to work harder.
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
Time for counters, love. Yum yum yum. I love me counters.
재밌겠는데? 이거 건강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 이거 건강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Become unstaggerable. Hey, it's working. One great ally of counters is White Ghost CPU, man. That's the best House of Spiders ID to solo MDE with. Yiseng and Ryoshu. Yiseng and Ryoshu, yeah. Yiseng gets a shit ton of offense and then damage up from just following the prescript, and he has for Ryoshu. Ryoshu, if you get the other Nurse Fathers and you can kill them, you just get a shit ton of power-ups, TR less 3. You can also do the same similarly with Callisto Honglu, because Callisto Honglu has an evade and an AoE that is on a timer, a very powerful AoE on a timer, and an AoE on his skill tree. And he benefits greatly from Charged Eagles, and Charged Eagles are incredibly strong, never forget that. So yeah, those are the best ones. Because we're talking about Nurse Fathers here. Our apprentices, we only have Dawn, we have Faust, and we have Kira. What are the best buffs for Index Yiseng? You want to go for Poise. Here's why. It's easier to build Poise on yourself than it is to build Sinking on the enemy. Why? Because if you kill an enemy, a new enemy comes in, that enemy does not have Sinking on them. And Yiseng gets escalation on his attacks by having Sinking on self or Poise on self or Sinking on the enemy. If you have Poise on yourself, that's always going to activate. If the enemy has no Sinking, you don't gain your escalation. And as long as you follow the prescripts, target the blue star, you are going to gain insane damage ups and offense level ups without, you know, accumulating karma. I mean support buff. Alright. Let's see. If you can always, since he's a Sinking Poise unit, You can take the Drifting Blade of Hongyo and Ryoshu to give him a starter shield, which is always nice to have, based on his poise. You can take Wild Hunt Heathcliff and
놀라운 한방이네요.
Wuthering Heights Butler Ishmael because they both offer damage ups from enemies with sinking. Let's see what else. Nicorp Gregor is always a nice choice because he gives you healing on Clash Win and you're going to be healing a lot of clashes. But again, with any solo runs, the first issue is to have enough skill block to clash properly.
이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Again, we're counter swapping here because if we dare attack, we take 100 damage.
이거 금강 맞지?
For Otis, you can always take Blade Ninja Salsu for the kill confirmation on low health, which is always nice. Or you can take G-Corp Otis because she gives random buffs. And if you don't have either of those, you can always take, for example, what's her face? Ujat Otis for the protection, which is always nice. But it only activates on a Resonance of Gloom, and Gloom is his skill tree. So there is that little thing to take care of. Gambler Honglu for the easy free damage, and you're going to get a Ego gift that generates resources for you later on. Faust. You should leave base Faust because base Faust applies offense level down on the enemies, and MD will require you to lower enemy offense levels, which is always nice. Ryoshu, we already talked. Merso. Merso, you could take Ring Merso or Base Merso for damage reduction, Ring Merso for defense level down. Dawn, you could take what's her face? I fucking forgot his name. Heicho Dawn for defense level down. Yeah, you just gotta read reading more. Reading is fun. Reading is fun. Pick up a book. It's nice. It's fun. It's cool. What are the chickens doing here? This is a high level pack.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
The chickens are devouring her. It's very funny that El Director is a fan of Half-Life, and the head chickens are a direct reference to head crabs. Yes, El Director is a fan of Half-Life. Half-Life is great, by the way. I mean, they are literally head crabs. They leap to hit people's heads and bite and take control of them. Man, non-disclosure agreement is such a good ego for soloing. If you can get your hands on it, fantastic. But since it's a keyword-less ego gift at the chance, it's a random, so it sucks to get it. Or you get the specific event, because half your health of shield allows you to buy enough time to have skills locked to actually clash, which is an issue for any solo IDs. And understanding that the few turns you're going to suffer, you're going to have to prepare for it, is essential to running solos. That's why we usually take Ashen Constellation to protect us from getting staggered, or, you know, Echoes of the Manor. This time I didn't take any because this is the cursed edition of our ID studies and Mirror Dungeon, so yeah, I'm not taking it. The chicken exploded.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게
Well, if that chicken is going to evade, and it makes us lose 15 SP per evade, but we have faith, so we don't care about SP loss, because we got faith early on, this is not a problem. Actually, I do need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
몰라 열받죠. 이러면 아무것도 못하고. 이거 공감 맞지? 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Chicken time! Kill the chicken!
근데
Crush that chicken!
이거 공감 맞지? 실패. 발렛 브레이크 놀라운 명령이네요.
Very good, very
적을
good.
완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Got it, I'll check it out later. Check my pizzas on the way. Pizza is very important business over here. Pizza is very important. Oh yes, pizza is so important. All right, let's go to the mystery pack here. Oh, gambling time! Ah, well, will the 6-7 unit be able to get the 1% chance? No, she ain't. On to the chop. What do we have in our hands here? Stone Tomb, Ragged Umbrella, Tangled Bundle. I'll take the Tangled Bundle. That is extra damage against enemies with bleed. All also gives us more damage, so yes, hell yes. Keyword refresh, bleed. Mythenderizer we can't use. We do not have single point or pride affinity. We do not have slash, but we do have a first aid kit, so I'll take it. Keyword refresh, blunt. Cigarette holder, hell to the fucking yeah. Let's see if we can get some poise up in this. That's what we got. Right. Don't you? Prestige card is nice. We don't be bad wolf. Envy is. I use chard. Do we have? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. This is good against. Yeah, there we go. Sacrifice all this for a nice mix of clear mirror and a calm water, which gives us a ludicrous amount of defense level up per turn. Hell yeah. Give 20 bleed count to the enemies. Why the hell not? Why the hell? Why the hell not? We are still missing our card gifts here for maximum damage up, which are tier 1 gifts, which we should have already have, but fortunately we have not been lucky to get them because we haven't been fusing for them after all, but that is the way the cookie crumbles. So no cigar here. Leave the shop, let's get it going. On to the fight. I think this is gonna be Heathcliff.
4, 3, 1 시작.
City, chicha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's taking so long, Limbus company? Ah, it's Cassetti again. We get to do counter slop again. Yatta!
즐거워 보이는데요. 뭔가
Hit them with a blind obsession. Have them drown.
재밌겠는데? 총원, 조명을 전멸하는
Blind
저곳
obsession.
파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
Not enough to stagger, so that means we get hit a lot now. But we have shields for that. which are now gone. Unfortunate.
다들 힘이 솟는 것
But
같네요.
that is the price we
지금
pay
납득했어요.
for a solo run. And because we have faith, we can spam the hell out of the attack.
재밌겠는데? 총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
I like the train pack because every time you use a charge skill, it consumes a lot of charge skill tree. It gives us like a glitch effect because it's affecting reality.
아, 이런.
Boink,
아무튼
boink,
놀라운
boink,
상황이네.
boink. Come on, let's brawl.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Let's brawl. Give me skill slots so that I can beat your boss.
몰라요. 또 이러면 아무것도 못해도.
We really need to activate Envy Resonance soon because we're not activating our burn.
건강 맞지? 필살. 발렛 브레이크 슬램.
Obliterated.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
피주머니로서 우월해지는 것인데.
It's a shame she doesn't have any Envy Ego that I remind myself of. Otherwise, we could activate it with Envy Egos, but we don't, so no resonance here.
이거 건강 맞지?
Violet, breaking,
발렛 브레이크
slam.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요. 이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure, the greatest of pleasures to announce my pizza has been ordered. I am very happy. It's been a while since I ate pizza, and it's going to taste even better when I am halfway drunk. To have half a bottle of cachaça here, and no more Coke to mix with it, because someone drank half of it.
이거 건강 맞지?
Now we have thermal weapons active next turn. That means we're going to be inflicting burn.
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
Burn is very nice for our team.
사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Let's add another turn of burn here, shall we? Where we only need a envy resonance, not an absolute resonance, just an envy resonance to activate our thermal weapon. Which is usually not a problem when we're using a full middle team, but since we're doing a solo and her only skill is on a skill tree or a counter, and sometimes we benefit more from clashing, we are unfortunately not doing a lot of envy resonance, which is a thing. Hello, Cassetti. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute since we fought you.
저것들 상당히 즐거워 보이는데.
We're gonna rip you apart, brother.
먹었을지도 몰라요.
I'm sorry, but you are going to be turned into confetti. I am going to reduce you to a shape. Let's make sure you can't evade, and then let's reduce you to a shape.
이거 건강 맞지?
He was reduced to a shape.
무튼 슬램!
Which is funny, considering that was the entirety of the way they did the entertainment back in lockdown. Library of Ruina, they reduced things to shape. Take 80 damage.
이만하면 순항이죠.
How about another turn of damage? Just win rate this. At this point, we can win rate. We toss in a counter so he can't evade our attacks, and the rest is history. Six fragile. Where did we got all that fragile from? I wonder. Sorry, Unk, but the Zoomer needs to talk to you about Lizzie Dunn, rizzed up baby Gronk. Ah!
파도가 밀려올 것만 같은.
Alright, you're gonna do your funny thing, funny man? I'm not faster than you, so you go first. Go ahead, make my day. Fortunately, that attack does not trigger defense skills, so we can't make anything out of it.
나는 진정한 왕으로 군림하는 것이다.
You didn't get to heal your full HP now, did you?
이만하면 순환이죠.
Screw
바람도 딱 좋네.
너무 아프지만 넘어가.
That means there's a lot of things coming your way, Cassetti.
재밌겠는데?
Oh, loaded. Yes, win the clash. See what that lends you.
오지 마.
Yes. Ah, you weren't gonna win that clash, Cassetti. What a shame. I thought you were gonna try and win the clash for once. I love playing the middle. I love playing the Kurokomo clan because they're both teams that punish the enemies for winning clashes. They're so much fun when the enemy thinks they're winning because I won a clash against you. Why are you attacking me? Oh, I won the clash. What do you mean you get to attack me for free? What do you mean? No, that is not how it's supposed to go. Especially the Kurokomo clan because they use katanas and we already accrued that. I like it very much. And they all have unbreakable coins, so even if I lose the clash, we still get to attack you. We still get to apply the effects of our coins like paralysis or bleed, and then hit this comes in and punishes you even a little bit more. That's going to repeat for every single Kurokomo unit you decide to win a clash against.
발렛 브레이크 슬램.
But the traditional flow, there's spend counters of getting enough eagle gifts to heal her and recover from the stagger. Yep, but it's better to clash sometimes, you know? Like, we have shown, like, in 2 different scenarios here in this dungeon, that you can win by just spamming counters, yes, because you gain shields, and if you have the Book of Vengeance, you can win by just doing that. But I like to clash. Clashing is good. Clashing is fun. I don't want to take damage for free, and if I decided to do counter swap from start to finish here, this dungeon that is already taking forever is going to take even more forever. And it's already been 3 hours. It's you at floor 8. Let's refresh. Thunder and Lightning, Sunk Glue. Let's go for Thunder and Lightning. These bosses are pushovers. We gotta hurry. We gotta go fast. Let's go over here. What do I get? Wrist guards. Thank you very much. Go push the hand away, Ishmael. Go do your thing. You're good at social interactions, aren't you, Kira? Ah, damn it. I trapped myself into a battle I didn't want to go. Ah, damn it. Oh, I am such a fool. But progress we must before we read our lovely, lovely book. Ooh.
저것들 상당히
It's rollerballs. Stroll at me. We target the skill effects with the most coins. All of them are the same, so anyone, doesn't matter which one is.
자, 맞서보죠.
Now, I really wish I could stream dark other games that I played, but unfortunately my PC's not powerful enough. I'm thinking about that. We're gonna play Vermintide after this a lot. It's the weekend, halfway drunk, still have something to drink here. And I really wish I could stream it, but I don't know how the last Vermintide stream went because I never checked. But it would be nice if I could stream it.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
Maybe we'll get an extra stream tonight. Maybe I'll do a Vermintide true stream. Namely, we're not very good at Vermintide. We never got past champion. But yeah.
이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
By the way, there's a new game that was released called Dead as Disco, which is supposed to be this rhythm brawler where you put any song you want and you fight at the beat of the song with the hits and the enemy attacking at the rhythm of the song. And if I had money, if I had a lot of money, I would definitely commission someone to make a Ricardo game for that game because it is moddable and I've seen people doing a lot of mod for it already. And I make a Ricardo mod and play with his song during Dead as Disco. Maybe I can find someone that is willing to do that. But Ricardo has a very complex model, honestly. Maybe there's already exists a 3D model for Ricardo out there that I could use. Who knows? Unfortunately, balls, I have my slots, so you are no longer an issue to me. You're just a tiny roadblock before the main event. Slice and dice to your heart's content, Kira Ishmael. It seems strange that they decided to use her dealing blunt damage, but the decision is very obvious, so she would fit in the middle thing. But it would be lore-wise more fitting to have her fit in the middle thing just by envy resonance and not by blunt attacks. Because she uses swords. She learned how to use swords. Sure, there's a lot of attacks where she uses her fists, but the reason why they decided to go full blunt on her, despite that fact, is so that she would fit in the middle thing. I ran out of coke, that's right. That's the last ball remaining. That's the last ball about to go die. We need some more poise gifts. You don't have enough poise. What is this? Limbus Matthias wrestling entrance? That is cool. I want to see it. Matter of fact, we're gonna see it together. Hold on. Let me set this up. Go here, and then go here. We get to watch this together now. Excellent. Yes, I am having fun. Did you go all up?
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring
Lovely.
from the Middle Ages, weighing in at 320 pounds, Matthew.
Because he's not supposed to have it. Beautiful, wonderful, effervescent even. All right, back to the mirror dungeon. All right, let's go fight the wayward passenger. Lovely, I like that. Oh, I need to get back to watching the pretend wrestling that my friend watches a lot. I never watched all the seasons, so I'm way behind on the lore, but it's some unique and very creative stuff. All right, you fucker.
다들 힘이
You
솟는
multi-armed
거군요.
fucker. We're here. We're
지금
fighting you.
딱 좋겠어요.
You know what? How about this? We counter you, so we don't eat your counter.
재밌겠는데?
Wonder what the AD thinking about this in the original counterpart, like Bamboo had the king, Mercer seeing Bamboo had the king. I would think it's like the same idea that imagine if you see a cosplayer of you, you just say hello, hi, how are you doing? Nice cosplay, goodbye. I think that would be the same thing here. Is this thing weak to Envy anyway, anyhow? No.
재밌겠는데? 오, 이런 이거 공감 맞지? 아무튼 놀라운 한방이네. 브레이크 슬램. 저것들.
Alright, we still are below our threshold, so how about we counter everything we receive this time around? That shield for non-disclosure agreement is godly. Sure, we lose damage by losing our shield, but it's still godly to have it. Holy shit. And he got 3 buffs. Well, 4. All 4 of them. But that's how the way the cookie crumbles.
사냥을 끝내러 가보죠. 재밌겠는데?
Go ahead and hit us. Give us the grudge.
이러면 아무것도 못되게 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한방이었지. 필살. 발렛 브레이크 슬램. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Are you feeling the heat, Mr. Krabs?
이거 공감 맞지? 필살. 발렛 브레이크 슬램.
How are you gonna teleport now? Easy, by regenerating your limbs, aren't you? Because we didn't break the other part, we just staggered it. And apparently that's enough to get him to run away, motherfucker.
재밌겠는데? 되겠냐고요.
Slice it to bits. Slice it apart. Keep slicing.
발렛 브레이크 슬램.
Not enough to kill it.
저것들.
And now it gets to attack us from the portals. Whatever are we going to do, brother?
하는 걸 먹었을지도 몰라요.
Well, what can we do but to attack back? We have enough slots now.
재밌겠는데?
And shoot tattoos is something, but not the best.
되겠냐고요. 되겠냐고요. 저것들 좀 보세요. 고약한 먹물이라도 뒤집어 쓴 것 같은.
We have the slots to counter him, so we're gonna use it. But again, like I mentioned, Moises, the best way to do this would be to eat up, just use counters. But we have the attacks to counter attack. There's no reason not to, and he's dead. Returns 4 turns, 4 turns. Yeah, first 4 or 5 turns. Easy peasy. Like I said, mirror dungeons are just a matter of getting the right gifts, a little bit of luck. But you can forge most of your gifts. It's easy peasy. It's not difficult, really. We are at floor 8, and we're having no troubles whatsoever. Even if the fight is against you. Hello, dumbass. Give me your gift, because you're good. Even if you fight a fight that is completely counter to you, there's still something you can do, either with Dante powers or ego attacks. There's almost always a way. There's still the chance they're gonna get hard countered, and I do remember a few options I got hard countered. This is, of course, not one of them. We're doing quite well here. Yes, win the clash against me. Strike me. Come on. Do your worst. Give me more grudges. And when I have enough grudges, I will convert them into pure power. Much like a dwarf from Warhammer. I feel like the dwarves from Warhammer and the middle would get alongside really well up until someone did something that got either of them into the Book of Grudges. Or the Book of Vengeance, whatever you want to call it. Strike me. Come on, I'm waiting. 10 grudges, that's our limit. Fortunately now, he has the advantage because he's gonna grab hold of us and shake us for spare change and money. So let's sit back and relax as the next 2 turns go by because there's nothing we can do. We don't have an evade or something to deal with that attack that holds us. So we just sit here.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 입닥파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Now I'm angry. Now I'm gonna get you. Now I'm gonna punish you. You dare to do that to a member of the middle? You fool! You do not know what you do. So you will be punished for your insolence. Kill him!
이거 긴강 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 이거 긴강 맞지?
Slice it more. Slice it good.
브레이크 슬램! 부위 파괴. 돛대를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한방이었어요.
And stagger. Goodbye.
한층 더 수월해질 것 같네요, 관리자님. 되겠냐고요.
Loaded. UPS system. That's the whole reason why we fought him. So we can get charge and damage up.
4.
We're not slumping on damage, but it's always good to have more. Damage is good after all. Come on, we gotta hurry up. I gotta read that book. I want to read the book. I have conditioned myself that every time we reach around this time of the day, I want to read the book. I really want to read the book. I like Crime and Punishment. It's an excellent book. And we reached the stage of the night, which is like 2 hours, 3 hours since we started, by the way. I want to read it because it's good. And again, I have to mute the music of the game because I want to keep, you know, rodeo on the screen. I'm gonna prepare the book in the meantime, actually. Maybe I should just set a time when we start reading the book regardless of our status on the mirror dungeon, because again, after a certain point in the mirror dungeon, there's nothing new to look at it. It's just, do you got the right eagles? Otherwise, you're gonna be suffering. If you got the right eagle, like I did, and got lucky with, you know, the non-disclosure agreement, we are fine and dandy for the rest of the dungeon until extreme floors. You know what? Now that I think of it, like I said before, examining these IDs by throwing it at a hard mirror dungeon and using Grace of the Stars, all that stuff. But I'll only be doing it on the hard dungeon for 5 floors. If I want to double up on my content, because we ran out of IDs to review here, I want to do 10 floors. that will make my streams longer. That which is counterproductive for me to start in the streams here. But that will give me a reason altogether to revisit all of the IDs that I have reviewed thus far one more time. That would be good. That's an option I have. I will consider this next week because again, we ran out of IDs to review, so it makes sense that we start over from the start with all the new ID reviews, all of them, and just, you know, go to floor 10 with them. If I review an entire team, good. If I don't have an entire team, that's alright. Yeah, I'll consider that. I'll think about it. Because running out of IDs to review is kind of shitty, and just running whatever team I want is also kind of shitty, because it's not going to be a challenge. It's going to take the team I like, and I know what to do, and it's just going to get me to floor 10 or 15, whatever I do, so... Good slam! Yes, hit me! Use your counter, dumbass! Hit me again, will ya? Crit me, did you?
이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Actually, yeah, we only have core attacks and we're clashing against all four of them, so it doesn't matter. I will ponder this idea of reviewing every ID again from scratch, and this time in a proper order, but going up to floor 10 every dungeon, which again will extend the time of the mirror dungeons by quite a lot. So maybe I will just wing rate the first floors unless we're running a solo. There will be plenty of solos because a lot of these IDs do not have a team to deploy with them. Or maybe I'll review them in batches if I don't want to go through that, because again, doing a solo does require more time investment and more attention, which is, you know, I already reviewed the ID. I shouldn't be doing it again, but I'll give it a good think about it. All right, since we got UPS from the dumbass, Mr. Dumbass himself, we get to upgrade it so we can gain insane damage ups. Hell to the fucking yeah! Oh yeah! Let's upgrade everything that we can. Oh yeah! All right, that's a nice sizable upgrade. Let's keep it going, cats. Keep it flowing. Let's keep it blowing. Let's keep it striking. Let's keep it flowing.
3일 시작. 다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
Right. Here we go. Here we go. It's the sheep.
재밌겠는데? 자, 맞서보죠.
And now we have to play the gimmick. So first we clash against that, then we clash against the first skill. Actually, it doesn't matter, but still.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
I like that the ship uses the soundtrack for Earthling.
재밌겠는데?
Alright, get plugged, idiot.
이거 공감 맞지?
Oh yeah, they did. It's also the theme song for Angela, Poems of a Machine. It also talks about that. It's a sheep. It's a cool ship.
우리들에게
It's Shep. Shep.
입값하도
Shep. The Shep.
별것도 아니잖아요. 재밌겠는데?
Here's your plug, dipshit. And once I have enough skill slots, I don't care about plugging you anymore.
이거 공각 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Congratulations with 5% 2 times in a row, Ishmael. That is really cool. Go ahead and do your thing, Ishmael. Crossing Dervish.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네. 재밌겠는데?
We're plugged into ya. Now you're plugged up.
야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 이거 공각 맞지? 야! 필살!
Violet Breaking Slam. And hit me. Come on, hit me. Hit me now. It's kind of cute. It's really cute.
저것들 좀 보세요.
Now,
고약한 먹물이라도 뒤집어 쓴 것 같은 얼굴이네요.
time for
잘
pain.
먹겠나
It's
봐요.
time for pain. You can die.
재밌겠는데?
Not gonna kill it, of course, but still, lots of damage. Ah, went past the stagger threshold. What a shame.
지면이 흔들고
Doesn't get to stay staggered for 2 turns.
파도가 치기
Of
직전에
course, we now have no need to play the gimmick because we have more than enough slots to clash win against you constantly. Of course, I'm still gonna do it. Just a matter of waiting until the fight is complete so we can move on to floor 9 and then 10 and hopefully finish the stream and read the book, which is the thing I'm most interested in. What will Raskolnikov do? He managed to complete his work, he managed to get a lot of money.
이거 공각 맞지?
A lot of money to continue his education. He has managed to kill the old crone, but at what a cost. He killed an innocent lady. A very innocent lady.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 입값 하도
Long
별것도
fights,
아니잖아요.
happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts. Career. Flash, flash, the counters. I'll give you one for free. Go ahead, hit me.
재밌겠는데? 이거 공각 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Bad mode.
부위 파괴! 돛대를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한 방이었어요.
Come on, Ishmael, just a sheep. You can do this. You can win. You can fight. You can win. Let's just finish this fight already. I do not derive any pleasure for beating up this creature.
되겠냐고요.
Hmm. And give me Starlight, because we're using a lot of it. All right, floor 9, the 9th one out of 10. Offense level and offense level. Don't care about base power, don't care about clash power. We got Sunk Gloom, Yield My Flash, and Surrender Witnessing, which none are good. Textbook and Pitful Envy. And Line 4 Masquerade, none of which are good. We are gonna roll for a long pack. Which one? Good question. Good question. No. Actually, we're gonna go for Pitiful Envy because I'm gonna save the long pack for the 10th floor, which is going to be Christmas. This is a quest for Ishmael to get her Christmas present. This is all there is to it. She is going to get her presents. Seven-Faced Chud, you should for real hop in the arena and fight the surgeon as the crying children. Sorry, Seven-Faced Chud, already did that. I already did my Ruina cap here.
상당히 즐거워 보이는데요.
And I will prove it too. Hold on, give me but a moment.
적었을지도 몰라요.
Hold on, how do I do this?
총원,
Throw that
조명이
over there.
전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
To be honest, Library of Ruina wasn't that difficult for, the Seven-Faced Chud. It was decently challenging, especially like the idea of that you can't see what the enemy can do, but yeah. How do I do that? Yeah, I did my part. I got my hours. I got my achievements. If it loads. Yeah, I got my achievements. I did my part. I did my journey. Right, how are we looking? How are we doing? How are we doing? If we can blast them again, they will be staggered, and that is good on my book.
재밌겠는데?
Also, Seven-Faced Chud, I do believe this is your first time here on the channel. Welcome, D.
모든 것을 쳐부술
This is
거다.
our daily mirror dungeon. Although today we're going to 10 floors, we usually only do 5. But because today is a very special day, today is our 6th to 7th stream for the daily Limbus company, Limbus thing. So yeah, 6, 7, yata, yeah.
재밌겠는데?
Those numbers. Hit me, I dare you. Good job. Is your counter free of charge?
방금 전투는 좀
I haven't played Limbus in a weekend and I've been on Umemusume. I heard
어떤
good things about Umemusume. It's alright. Not a big fan of gambling on horse racing, to be honest, but I heard it's alright.
재밌겠는데? 이거 금강 맞지? 놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요. 열라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못하죠. 열라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
Mainly, so I like to think I know what I'm talking about, even though sometimes I still learn things about this game. And the intent of this series is to try and learn something new about the game every time. I've been stuck on Jiamu, so I decided to play Musume. Jiamu isn't that hard. She's just more like a victory lap, honestly. If you manage to beat, what's his face, Leihang, you will beat Jiamu, no problem. I guarantee you.
재밌겠는데? 이거 금강 맞지?
The only difficulty she has is just a lot of HP and a lot of phases you have to go through.
식을 기억하는 게 좋은 거 금강 맞지?
But as long as you bring like a focus team that has like a common keyword, like say bleed, burns, rupture, or whatever, she folds really quickly. Most of our content here on the channel is mostly the mirror dungeon because, well, what else is there to do if I already completed the story, right? Oh, the game doesn't like when I switch over to counters. Hit me. It's been such a long time since I fought Jimbo that I don't know what her gimmicks are. I think it was easy. Jim was annoying. The precious jade cradle. I need ring glue for wind fouls. I see. Well, again, it's just a matter of focusing on who's gonna. Oh, are we gonna get staggered here? This is really bad. This is really, really bad. Do we have slots to clash against everyone now? We do, kinda, but we're gonna regenerate our health, so that's fine. It's just a matter of really just let a few attacks go through if your sinners can take it. Just check whoever is receiving the attacks can actually take the damage type and the sin affinity, and you'll be golden because we do no damage. And just have someone rescue Honglu. Or if you're having a hard time and don't want Honglu to be caught, you can always get a support Lord Lu from someone, and then he doesn't get caught. If you like cheating, maybe, but it's a strategy. Lord Lu literally does not get caught in the Jade Cradle. It does not give a shit. Say goodbye, last remaining henchman. Are you going to be pulling from middle Otis? I do not pull because I do not gamble. I do daily mirror dungeons, and so I have an excess of shards. I did put down 10 on the last banner for Blade of Houses Ryoku, but I'm saving my resources for the Walpurgis, which is fast approaching. So no, I will not be pulling for middle Otis. I do have the shard, so why would I pull? I'd rather turn the possibility of pulling for her into a guarantee by just being a little patient. In the meantime, I have some things to do. God damn it, butlers. Are you at least weak to pierce? No, you're weak to slash. In my opinion, it's very hard to find a Brazilian Project Moon fan, but I'm probably just looking in the wrong place. Apparently, Project Moon is very popular here in Brazil, Limbus company. It's just, I don't know. I also have a hard time finding it. You got down off it, Sinclair? Boy, do I. Boy, do I. I had some really bad experiences with Dawn Sinclair. I'd rather not revive them, but it seems that at some point I am going to have to revive them for content, because I'm probably going to have to review every ID once again. But as a matter of fact, Seven Face Chud, I do possess every single ID in the game. Not to humble brag about having every single ID in the game, but I do. So anything is on my at the palm of my hand. I can do anything, and I know, I like to think I know how most IDs work. Because at this point, since we are on the 67th episode of our daily mirror dungeon, and ID study and book reading, now book reading, huh? I have reviewed every single ID in the game. We have taken a look at how they work. We have completed 5 floors of the dungeon, sometimes more. So I like to think I have an idea what I'm doing with it. Maybe, most of the time, probably, most likely, you know. He's a fun ID, he's fun to use, and I see why you like it. But I have really bad experience with it because many of the encounters I encountered during my solo run of Dawn Office Sinclair were direct counters to him, so I had to bring in support from the rest of the team, so it wasn't a truly solo run. I might try that again in the future though. It's a fun ID to play. And that's what it matters the most when you play an ID. Is it fun to play? Neutralization technique. O dia pizza, sim, tá vindo. Pizza is coming. Rest assured, the pizza will come. Or I am going to have to hunt down a pizza delivery guy. And I will if I have to. Let's go now. Have a joyous day. Thank you for showing up, Seven Face Chud. If you like the content and wish to see more, please leave a like, a comment, subscribe on YouTube, or follow here on Twitch. It helps a lot. Thank you for being here. And as always, I stream every day around this same time. Today is going for a little longer than usual, but you are always welcome to make an appearance here. See you next time. You need help? No, help for what? Hunting down the pizza man? No. He's coming into my territory. He is in my area. So he will suffer the consequences of not delivering the pizza if he decides to do so.
되겠냐고요. 발렛 브레이크 슬램.
Nice evades, motherfucker. Hit me so I can counter you. Dodge this.
사냥이
I
성공적이었네요.
hate the fucking butlers of Fluttering Heights.
끝내러 가보죠. 이거 공감 맞지?
Breaking slam.
브레이크 슬램. 되겠냐고요.
Very nice. What's taking so long? All right, we got 2 more fights in our way, probably 3. Oh boy, that's not gonna take a while.
4, 3, 1 시작.
But I did say I was gonna do 10 floors, and it's already been 30 minutes. What the fuck? I just goes for show how Blade of the House of Spiders Ryoku is powerful. It's middle violence today, huh?
것들 상당히 즐거워 보이는데요. 뭔가 기운을 내게 하는 걸 먹었을지도 몰라요.
What can I do here? What can I do here? Let's use this for once. Never used it.
재밌겠는데?
Oh, it lost the clash. Lovely. That was a waste of effort.
이만하면 수상이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
Hopeless because we are paralyzed, but because we are paralyzed, we can use the overclocked attack that I want to use the first time, you pricks.
재밌겠는데?
Here comes the butterfly.
보이나요? 세상과 함께 타들어가고 싶었던 내 눈물이. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
This is gonna be a tough little cookie to beat with here today. But since they're going to all the effort to paralyze me, I think it's fair to give them a nice hug every time. And by nice hug, I mean I'm gonna use the Order Boss and start overclocked again. We have the Eagle resources. And it's going to be one-sided because we get to use it something else again. Haha. We can't target it. Okay, fine.
재밌겠는데?
Please keep paralyzing her. I beseech thee.
세상과 함께 타들어가고 싶었던 내 눈물이.
No way, I did that. Oh no.
이거 공감 맞지? 이쪽이군. 아, 거기였나?
Yes, hit me. I dare you.
제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
Go ahead, make my day. Hit me. I'm ready. I'm right here. Hit me. Hit me now.
몰라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
Hit me now. I'm here. Roy here. That's right. That's what we like to see.
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
Let's convert that grudge, shall we? Go for someone that deserves it first. We're paralyzed for 5. So how about another Order Blossom Star? Generate the resources for that. It's going to be tremendous. Here he comes.
재밌겠는데?
We lose some HP by using it, but that's not a problem. We recover that HP by staggering, you fools.
세상과 함께 타들어가고 싶었던 내 눈부림.
Now, you might see something here interesting. The way I narrate this fight, it's almost as if I was in the fight itself when I'm not. Because that's the type of games I prefer, where I aim the fight rather than commanding it. That's why I'm a big fan of real-time strategies or other games of a similar nature. But this is pretty fun still. We're not generating our offense level, or neither are they getting weak because of offense levels. So these guys are tough cookies. How about we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How about we let them hit us? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Favored. Yes, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hit me. Hit me. I dare you.
이거 건강맞지?
Violet. Breaking slam. Hit me.
이런.
Boo.
이거 건강맞지? 아무튼 놀라운 한방이야. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
That's right. Keep hitting me. Keep hitting me. That's what I like to see. That's what I want. Hit me. We got in our hand 5 counters. Let's give them what they want. If they want to hit little me, they are all but welcome to. I want you to hit me. Go on. Do it. I don't mind. I'll give it for free. Do not grow concerned over it.
이거 건강맞지? 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
That's right. Hit me. That's what we want to see.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램. 이거 건강맞지? 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램. 사냥이 성공적이었네요.
What's the matter? I am at full health and you don't have any? Well, I wonder what could have happened. It is baffling to me that you hit me and I recovered all my health by hitting you back. I don't know what happened there. A mystery. Let's check out the next floor. Let's check out the next fight. Let's check out the next fight. Ah, fuck, we have 2 fights. Is this gonna be the same fight? Because it's against Slash.
3일 시작.
Slash is good against the next node, so I don't think it's going to be the middle. If it's the middle, it's fine, but it's butlers. It's always butlers.
상당히
It's
즐거워
always
보이는데요.
butlers.
뭔가
Oh,
긴장을 내게
fuck
하는
you
건
two
없을지
butlers.
몰라요.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술
Welcome back,
거다.
Mr. Trauma. How are you? We are at the tail end of the dungeon, and soon we're gonna get to our book reading, finally. We need to beat this floor and the next long encounter, and then we are golden. We have completed the cursed dungeon of running solo Kira Ishmael, which was the entire purpose of today's stream. And now, go ahead and hit me, Butler. I watched the documentary on the friend's mother for the past hour. How nice. I hope it was a very good documentary. What did you learn about
이
it?
방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
What did you learn from it, actually?
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요.
Keep hitting me. Keep hitting me now.
재밌겠는데?
I want you to hit me. Matter of fact, keep hitting and paralyzing me. Because the moment you paralyze me, I blast you with an ego. Am I paralyzed? I am not. What a shame.
이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠. 재밌겠는데?
But a car crash that happened at Strongsville, Ohio a few years ago. That's a strange documentary. It's more like an investigation then.
건강맞지?
Or maybe my ideas of documentaries are a bit skewed. Because when I think of documentary, it means something you want to learn.
되겠냐고요.
All right, die from bleed. Oh, what a foolish death.
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
That is 8 attacks, and we have 5 slots. I'll say, we counter all of those. Do we paralyze? No, we do not.
재밌겠는데?
Yes, hit me. That is what I want you to do. Keep doing it. Yes. Very good. Hit me. Right here. Come on. I'm right here. I take no damage because the Book of Vengeance is a very broken gift for the middle. As long as I have counters, that is.
이만하면 순항이죠.
If the pizza arrives, I need to see it, right? Yes, good. I have 3 paralysis. Single coin clash. I think that's gonna work perfectly for what I have in plan.
재밌겠는데?
Just found out you make videos and have 600 subscribers. Sick. Congratulations. I actually never have checked your channel, so that is really damn good. If you have 600 subscribers, that means you fit for the YouTube partnership program. That means if you're streaming, people can tip you. That is one of the goals of this channel, by the way, reach 500. Of course, I don't have any videos ready, but I'm making them.
배를 버리고
Well,
내려간다. 반짝이던 깊은 그곳으로.
the whale is here.
이거 공감 맞지?
Strike, keep slashing, keep breaking that slam. That is violent.
이거 공감 맞지?
Violent.
브레이크 슬램.
Any more reinforcements? No? Then I'm sorry, butlers, but your doom have come. And it's the form of Chud Ishmael.
되겠냐고요.
Here we go. Let's go for the focus encounter, which is a little bit faster because we can target things and makes them work to our advantage. Then we're gonna get a long pack, and then we're gonna finish and we're gonna read the book and see how Raskolnikov. God damn it, it's you guys again.
저것들
Let's go. I got allegations against me. What sort of allegations?
뭔가 기운을 내게 하는 걸
God damn it, it's these guys again. Not. Let's hold off on the ability to nuke them with ego and just get hit with paralysis. The more they paralyze me, the stronger we become. Yes. Keep hitting me with paralysis. Oh yes. Come on, you can do harder than that.
맞서보죠.
You can do way better than that, friend.
별것도 아니죠.
Matter of fact, you are going to do better than that. I am going to hit you with a counter. Go, my butterfly. G4 tip of the day. If the enemy hits you with a paralysis, hit them with an overclocked ego and make them suffer. Turn your disadvantage into a advantage.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
I could have done that twice now, but I want to proc faith so I can recover my sanity next turn.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제
Am I
1
paralyzed?
사냥감이겠네요.
Of course.
가서 끝장내죠.
They like me to be paralyzed, so I deliver unto them eerie death. And come on, hit me.
재밌겠는데?
Again, we can spam Outer Blossom Mob because Outer Blossom Mob resources are generated by Kira Ishmael, and so we have no problem spamming that. Come on, hit me. Blast him with the attack. Hit me. Yes, that's a good hit. Here's your reward, dumbass.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟
And
파도 별것도
paralysis.
아니잖아요.
Yeah. Teams. We can do another Ardor Blossom off. EE as pie. And then we can get countered. The one who's gonna go first is the eagle, I hope.
재밌겠는데?
Yes, yes, Ishmael, keep going, keep blasting them with the Ardor Blossom Star.
들어가고 싶었던 내 몸부림.
Mass killings, mass devastation.
이거 공감 맞지?
Imagine punching some girl and then hitting her with like electric shock that makes her paralyzed, and then she just turned into a giant flaming moth and kills everyone.
달려들면 딱 좋겠어.
Because that's what's going on here. Well, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, and kill you. I don't know what this kid's got against me. I just kid doesn't talk to anyone outside of my friends. That is school. That is high school. Kids do not need a reason or a purpose to ostracize someone, because in any society, any group of people, there will always be the odd one out, and that's how things have been since the dawn of time. You either conform to societal norms and become part of the group, or you are considered an outsider. That is simply how things work. No matter how acceptive, how tolerant, or how inclusive a group of people is, it's always going to come back down to that. No, like I said, it doesn't matter what it is. School, college, high school, there's always going to be the odd one out, and they are always going to ostracize someone, because someone has to take the role of the strange one, the one that doesn't fit. That is going to happen no matter where you go, no matter which social circle we're talking about. If we're talking about a group of friends, if we're talking about a high school group, we're talking about politics, we're talking about work, there's always going to be the same one, or the odd one out. I was the odd one out in my school because I am Brazilian. I do not like soccer. I'm not a soccer boy. I don't like most music Brazil has to offer. I don't like funk. I don't like going out for parties and all the stuff that is considered the norm. And I was considered the odd one out, and people tried to bully me. You know how in high school, how I solved the bullying problem and no one ever approached me again? I almost stabbed someone in the eye with a pen when they tried to be fancy with me. They tried to fight me and, do, classic bully things. Well, I rushed him, knocked him on the floor, grabbed the pencil, and almost stuck it into his eye. Much like when I was a child, I stuck a pencil into my own eye, and I had to go to the hospital for it. But that was when I was younger. But yeah, no, society always has, any social group has always the odd one out, because as a group of people, they need to make sure like this is the norm. If you escape the norm, you're not part of the group. And to serve an example, someone has to be the scapegoat. That's simply how it is. I can tell you that after I threatened to stab someone in the eye, that never bothered me again. They learned that I'm not gonna stand here and just like, you're bullying me. Oh no, I'm gonna stab you in the eye if you try this shit again. I'm not joking, I'm not playing. Fuck you. And again, this whole pencil stabbing thing might run in my blood, because when I was a young child, I was very problematic, and I stabbed myself in the eye with a pencil when I was like a wee lad, like maybe 5 of age. It wasn't anything crucial. It didn't hit like the middle of the eyeball, but it went in, and there was a lot of blood, and they had to rush me to the hospital. Oh my god, the Chud versus Chud fight. That is incredible. Chud fight, Chud fight, Chud fight, Chud fight. Yeah! I'm not gonna give you power-ups. Screw you, I know your kit.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요. 놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요. 자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 입값 하도 별것도 아니잖아요. 재밌겠는데?
Oh yeah. Smack them down.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 이만하면 순항이죠.
Alright, you got another slot for me, big boy? Of course you do. I'm waiting for it.
재밌겠는데?
See ya, Moises. We're almost over the Mirror Dungeon, so come back soon for the book reading. Hopefully. I hope that long fight doesn't take a long time. Me, when I go to the long fight, expecting not to be a long fight.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 효과적이네요. 이
Violet
방식을 기억하는
Limb.
게 좋겠어요.
Damage time! Damage time! You are pathetic, Heathcliff!
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Why don't you summon some minions, will ya?
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
Cliff! I'm going to slice you down! Fuck your guard!
재밌겠는데?
Get ready to get staggered once again, Heathcliff. I do not care about your fancy tricks.
몰라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못해도. 저
Damage
부캐처럼
time!
흔들리는 제1 사냥감이긴데 가서 끝장내죠. 이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살!
Violet Breaking Slam! Go, my little Chudette, you can do it! You can kill the Chud!
자,
And I'm just gonna stagger you again, buddy.
우리들에게
The beatdown is never ending. The beatdown is eternal. Get ready to rumble.
공감 맞지? 야! 필살!
That's the easiest fight of my life.
브레이크 슬램!
Where's my health going? Why am I taking so much bleed damage? Ah, that's right, because he has an aura. But he's now dead. Beaten relentlessly, mercilessly, brutally by the little Chudette Kira Ishmael. On to the final floor. I got the book loaded up and I'm itching to get started. Hell yeah. Offense levels. Offense levels can always be reduced. And don't want none of these. Screw you. I'm going for Christmas. Long pack all the way, baby. Hell yeah. Long pack. Me when I go to the long pack store. Look under the bed. What do you see? If not a mirror reflecting yourself. And there you say there is a monster under
눈은
it.
실력과도 연관되어 있죠?
The Christmas Goblin require a blood sacrifice. And I choose Honglu. He's fine, he wants to die. He's a nihilist. Goodbye, Honglu. He's dead now.
운이 따라주지 않네요.
And here we go. Let's see, we can fuse this into Shadow Demon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah! Do we have downpour? I don't think we do. We should have. Let's go for tremor 4. 1, 2. We are at the final floor, so we don't need money anymore, so we can sacrifice this to the furnace. Into the furnace you go. Give me downpour. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, downpour. Got herself some drink. She is old enough to drink after all. She is a fixer. She hunts fixers, so she's above 20. 20, 80? I don't remember. That is good enough for me. I think we got more than enough here to win this fight. Hell yeah! Let's get on with it. I want to read book. I want to see what becomes of Raskolnikov. We are in part 2 of Crime and Punishment. All that stands in our ways, there are a bunch of Christmas goblins that we are going to turn into a fucking pile of meat because they dare stand between me and my lovely book reading. Also, this is my fault for the 10 floors. But then again, this is the 6 to 7 I stream, and I guess I had to do something for it, right? Right? Pierce damage. Pierce damage, Raph, kill them.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
That's disappointing amount of damage, considering they quadruple damage out of that.
기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Hell yeah, we can tank it. Get blast away.
지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
Pierce AOE. Pierce AOE.
재밌겠는데? 총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다. 이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 오,
Get hit. Show that. Get hit. Show that.
놀라운 한 방이네요.
Yes, hit me. I dare you. Good job. Good job.
어떤 고래도 거뜬히 잡을 것 같은
Oh, if you dare paralyze me, I am going to make you suffer so much. So much.
재밌겠는데?
Explode into blood. Yes. That was always an eagle attack. It didn't go off. Tremor blast.
부처처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
You got a counter. You think I'm a fool? You think I'm? Do I look like a fool to you? I'm not gonna hit you with that. I'm gonna pulverize your friends into a fine paste, and then I'm gonna eat them with a straw.
브레이크 슬램!
You're weak to pierce. If I pierce a straw to you, and you look like you're making out of fat, if I pierce a straw to you, do you think I can suck out the organs in like one big straw? I feel nothing. I feel no regards for punishment applied upon these creatures because they are all inherently evil, and my definitions of evil are clear cut, and it's all Ishmael's fault. My enemies are ontologically evil. There is nothing bad that I can do against them. I'm always the good guy of the story. Yes, hit me! Make me lose the clash, come on! That's what we're talking about. Yes! Very good, very good. How about some more? Dun 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 dun. Hit me! I dare you!
재밌겠는데?
With this, we have all our ego effects active for the final
자,
fight.
이쪽입니다. 놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요. 내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
Bring the creatures, smack it down! Ow! You little shit! Here's your reward. Crushed!
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
Red damage do more damage against these creatures because they are evil Christmas goblins. And they all deserve death.
재밌겠는데?
I should have activated tree resonance. I don't get my thermal weapons now. Damn it.
금강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 이거 금강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Death. Reduced to a shape.
되겠냐고. 사냥이 성공적이었네요.
We need but
이
one
흐름으로
counter.
사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Go forth, Ishmael. Activate your turbo weaponry next turn.
이거 금강 맞지? 야! 필살!
With this quest, Ishmael will claim the limited time figurine that Otias really wanted, and this will make her love her and spend more time with her. Little does she know that is never going to happen, and she went through all this trouble for nothing. Because that's how Otias is gonna treat it. Because Otias only cares about herself and about her sword.
몰라 열받도.
Her love is fake. Her love extends as oh, how cool can I make myself look? It is completely one-sided.
방금 전투는 좀 인상 깊었어요.
Alright, we're at maximum stacks. Very nice. I can activate our resonance next turn.
재밌겠는데?
Another 4-hour stream. How unfortunate for me. Again, this wasn't even a Mirror Dungeon Extreme. I didn't expect it to take this long. But it is fine. It is fine. Our 67th stream required something a little bit more unique, and just goes for show that even if you know your ego alchemy, you do well. Now, my character is not really prepared for Mirror Dungeon Extreme, but he could take a crack at it and still succeed. As long as you don't take adversities, that is.
사냥이
How many of you there are? It's already turned 10.
사냥을
It does take a
끝내러
while to get started up with single characters, and Blade of the House of Spectre Real to kind of just jumpstart that because she is very good. Broken even.
재밌겠는데?
How long has it been? Ah, pizza's here. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be right back.
이거 금강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Hungry. I'm very hungry. Pizza is here. How could I not be hungry? You need to kill these Christmas goblins ASAP. And why are they not dead yet? Because pizza is here. Our thermal blade. We need the resonance next turn.
재밌겠는데? 놀라 열받고 이러면 아무것도 못해요. 네가 긴장 맞지?
The Lemu. Again, once you start dominating the fights, unless you spam counters, you don't get grudges, so you get hit, you know.
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
How many of you are there? God damn, there's so many of you.
끝내러 가보죠.
Die! Die, evil Christmas goblins! Kira Ishmael demands your blood, and so does my pizza.
재밌겠는데?
Blind obsession.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
Damn.
일격에 저렇게나?
And who's next? Two more goblins. That should be win rateable.
이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠. 재밌겠는데?
Come on, come on. Book is ready. Roll it. Ready to roll. And I want to read it. I want to read it for you. I want to set the zoom. This time I'm gonna mute the music in game when I start reading the book, so it does not get in the way of the atmosphere for it.
놀라요. 이러면 아무 사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠. 재밌겠는데?
You'll have to beat the big boy himself, Santa.
되겠냐고요.
Fire! Come forth, Santa. I have come for my gifts. I will not be denied.
사냥을 끝내러
You will
가보죠.
give them to me, you fatso. Yes, hopeless. Hopeless indeed. Do win the clash against me. What's going to happen if you win the clash, I will wonder.
네가 긴장났지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Break to slim. You dare jump on my pizza? Now you get to be on the stream cast. Get a little closer to the camera and say hello to everyone watching you.
자, 맞서보죠.
Going.
우리들에게
You're not eating my pizza. Bad cat.
별것도 아니잖아요.
Now, that is a crazy effect you have on that. How about we cancel it altogether, huh? Ooh, we're paralyzed. You don't say. We are paralyzed. What a shame. What a shame that is that we are paralyzed. Oh my. How about that? About that beer I owe you. Get the fuck off the pizza, cat. Gotta bring it closer to me so you can't jump on it. You shall know fear no longer. You shall know fear no longer. Fear no longer. If you don't know what I'm quoting, I don't blame you. It's the Ring of the Nibelungen from Mandalore.
재밌겠는데?
Maybe I'll watch it on stream again because it's a damn good video.
배를 버리고 모두 아래로 내려간다. 반짝이던 기쁘는 곳으로. 자,
It's good voice acting.
야,
이거 건강 맞지?
야,
안 먹은 것 같긴 한데.
아무튼 슬램.
You're not getting a piece of pizza. I don't care how many of you swarm around. I will fight you. I will fight you with my full sword if I have to, cats. You will not devour my pizza. Damn. All right. The 6-7 string has been completed. Much to my dismay, we have done 10 floors. It has took only 4 hours because this is, well, best optimized. And we didn't get the best gifts out of there, but screw Solo. Look at her.
이거랑 부정 짓지 마시죠.
She getting folded. God damn it. Give me the rewards and let's get ourselves ready to read some books. In this case, we're going to continue on Crime and Punishment, the book that is the Origin of Rhodia. Now, if you're here only for gameplay, it's time to go. We're going to do nerd shit. That's right, we're going to read. Time for information. It's time for knowledge. As soon as the game allows me to switch to Rhodia. There we go.
이곳 인간들은
Over here, we delete everyone from here. And we go to Rhodia, and we expand the Rhodia. Very expanded. Right, I'm muting Limbus, and I'll open up the book reading window. Let's get started. Last time, Rodion Raskolnikov was able to commit his crime. He has killed the old moneylender, but in the process, he has also killed her younger sister, which was completely innocent. He managed to escape, and no one doubts a thing. Chapter 1 of Part 2. He lay like that for a very long time. Now and then he seemed to wake up, and at such moments he became conscious that it was far into the night, but it did not occur to him to get up. Last, he noticed that it was already dawn. He was lying on his back, still dazed from his recent oblivion. Fearful, despairing cries rose shrilly from the street, sounds which he heard every night under his window after 2 o'clock. Now they woke him up. Ah, the drunkards are coming out of the taverns, he thought. It's past 2 o'clock. And at once he leapt up, as though someone had pulled him from the sofa. What? Past 2 o'clock? He sat down on the sofa and instantly remembered everything. All at once, in a flash, he remembered everything. First, he thought he was going mad. A dreadful chill came over him, but the chill was from the fever that had begun long before in his sleep. Now he suddenly started shivering violently, so that his teeth chattered and all his limbs were shaking. He opened the door and began listening. Everyone in the house was asleep. With amazement, he gazed at himself and everything in the room around him, wondering how he could have come in the night before without fastening the door and have flung himself on the sofa without undressing, without even taking his hat off. It had fallen off and was lying on the floor near his pillow. If someone had come in, what would they have thought? That I'm drunk, but... He rushed to the window. There was enough light for him to begin hurriedly checking himself all over from head to foot. All of his clothes, were there no traces? But there was no use doing it like that. Shivering with cold, he began taking off everything and looking himself over again. He turned everything over to the last shreds and rags and, mistrusting himself, went through his search 3 times. But there seemed to be nothing, no trace, except in one place, where some thick drops of congealed blood were clinging to the frayed edge of his trousers. He picked up the big pocket knife and cut off the frayed threads. There seemed to be nothing more. Suddenly, he remembered that the purse and the things he had taken out of the old woman's box were still in his pocket. He had not thought until then of taking them out and hiding them. He had not even thought of them while he was examining his clothes. What next? Instantly, he rushed to take them out and fling them onto the table. When he had pulled out everything and turned the pocket inside out to be sure there was nothing left, he carried the whole heap to the corner. The paper had come off the bottom of the wall and hung there in tatters. He began stuffing all the things in the hole under the paper. "They're in, out of sight, and the purse too," he thought gleefully, getting up and gazing blankly at the hole, which bulged out more than ever. Suddenly he shuddered all over with horror. "My God," he whispered in despair. "What's the matter with me? Are they hidden? Is that the way to hide things?" He had not counted on having trinkets to hide. He only thought of money, and so he had not prepared a hiding place. But now what am I pleased about? He thought. Is that hiding things? My reasons deserting me? It is as simple as that. He sat down on the sofa in exhaustion, and was at once shaken by another unbearable fit of shivering. Mechanically, he drew from a chair beside him his old student's winter coat, which was still warm enough, warm though almost in rags, covered himself up with it, and once more sank into the drowsiness and delirium. He lost consciousness. Not more than 5 minutes had passed when he jumped up a second time, and at once pounced in a frenzy on his clothes again. How could I go to sleep with nothing done? Yes, I haven't taken the news off the armhole. I forgot it. Forgot a thing like that, such a piece of evidence. He pulled off the news, hurriedly cut it into pieces, and threw the bits among his linen under the pillow. Pieces of torn linen couldn't arouse suspicion. Whatever happened? I think not, anyway. He repeated, standing in the middle of the room, and with a painful concentration he started gazing about him again, at the floor and everywhere, trying to make sure he had not forgotten anything. The conviction that all his faculties were failing him, even his memory and his most basic powers of reflection, began to be an insufferable torture. Surely it isn't beginning already. Surely it isn't my punishment coming upon me. It is. The frayed rags he had cut off of his trousers were actually lying on the floor in the middle of the room, where anyone coming in would have seen them. What's the matter with me? He cried again, distraught. Then a strange idea entered his head, that perhaps all his clothes were covered with blood, that perhaps there were many stains, but that he did not see them, did not notice them because his perceptions were failing, were going to pieces. His reason was clouded. Suddenly he remembered that there had been blood on the purse too. There must be blood in the pocket too, because I put the wet purse in my pocket. Flash had turned the pocket inside out, and yes, there were traces, stains off on the lining of the pocket. So my reason has not quite deserted me. So I still have some kind of memory and common sense, since I guessed it myself. He thought triumphantly, with a deep sigh of relief. It's simply the weakness of fever, a moment's delirium, and he tore the whole lining out of the left pocket of his trousers. At that instant the sunlight fell on his left boot. On the sock which poked out from the boot, he thought there were traces. He flung it off his boots. Traces! The tip of the sock was soaked with blood. He must have unwarily stepped into that pool. But what am I to do with this now? Where am I to put the sock and raggeds and pocket? He gathered them all up in his hands and stood in the middle of the room. In the stove? But they would search the stove first. Burn them? But what can I burn them with? There aren't even matches. No, better go out and throw it all away somewhere. Yeah, it's better to throw it all away. He repeated, sitting down on the sofa again, and straight away, immediately, without delay. But his head sank on the pillow instead. Again, the unbearable icy shivering came over him, and again he drew his coat over him. And for a long time, for some hours, he was haunted by the impulse to go off somewhere at once, this minute, and fling it all away, just so it's out of sight and done with at once. At once. Several times he tried to rise from the sofa, but could not. He was properly woken at last by a violent knocking on his door. "Open the door! Are you dead or alive? He keeps sleeping here," shouted Nastasia, banging with her fist on the door. "For days on end he's been smoldering here like a dog. And a dog he is too. Open it, come on, it's past 10. "Maybe he's not at home," said a man's voice. "Ha! Oh, that's the porter's voice. What does he want?" He jumped up and sat on the sofa. Even the beating of his heart was painful. Then who could have latched the door? Retorted Anastasia. He's taken to bolting himself in as if he were worth stealing. Open it, you idiot! Wake up! What do they want? Why the porter? They found me out. Resist or open. Come what may. He half rose, stooped forward, and unlatched the door. His room was so small that he could undo the latch without leaving the bed. Yes, the porter and Anastasia were standing there. Anastasia stared at him in a strange way. He glanced with a defiant and desperate air at the porter, who, without a word, held out a gray folded paper sealed with wax. "A notice from the office," he announced and gave him the paper. From what office?" "A summons to the police office, of course. You know which office." To the police? What for?" "How can I tell? You're sent for, so you go." The man looked at him attentively, looked around the room, and turned to go away. "He's seriously ill," observed Nastasia, not taking her eyes off him. The porter turned his head for a moment. "He's been in a fever since yesterday," she added. Raskolnikov made no response, and held the paper in his hands, without opening it. Don't get up, then," Nastasia went on compassionately, seeing that he was letting his feet down from the sofa. "You're ill, so don't go. There's no hurry. What have you got there?" He looked in his right hand. He held the shreds he had cut from his trousers, the sock, and the rags off the pocket. So he had been asleep with them in his hand. When he reflected on it afterwards, he remembered that, half waking up in his fever, he had grasped all this tightly in his hand and fallen asleep again. "Look at the rags he's collected and sleeps with, as though he got treasure in his hands." And Nastasia went off into a hysterical giggle. Instantly he thrust them all under his overcoat and fixed his eyes intently upon her. Far as he was from being capable of rational reflection at the moment, he felt that no one would behave like that with a person who was going to be arrested. But the police? "You better have some tea, yes? I'll bring it. There's some left." "No, I'll go at once," he muttered, getting onto his feet. "Well, you never get downstairs." "Yes, I'll go." "As you wish." She followed the porter out. At once he rushed to the light to examine his socks and rags. There are stains, but not very noticeable, all covered with dirt and rubbed and discolored. No one who wasn't suspicious could distinguish anything. Nastasia couldn't have noticed from the distance, thank God. Then with a tremor he broke the seal of the notice and began reading. He spent a long time reading it before he understood. It was an ordinary summons from the district police station to appear that day at 9:30 at the office of the district superintendent. But when had such a thing happen? I never have anything to do with the police, and why just today? He thought in agonizing bewilderment. Good God, just get it over with as soon as possible. He was flinging himself on his knees to pray, but broke into laughter, not at the idea of prayer, but at himself. He began to dress himself hurriedly. If I'm lost, I'm lost. I don't care. Shall I put the sock on? He suddenly wondered. It will get even duskier and traces will be gone. But no sooner had he put it on than he pulled it off again, in loathing and horror. He pulled it off, but reflecting that he had no other socks, he picked it up and put it on again. And again he laughed. It's all conventional, that's all relative, just a way of looking at it. He thought in a flash, but only on the surface of his mind while he was shuddering all over. There, got it on. I've actually managed to get it on. But his laughter was quickly followed by despair. No, it's too much for me, he thought. His legs shook. Fear, he muttered. His head swam and ached with fever. It's a trick. They want to decoy me and confuse me about everything, he mused as he went out onto the stairs. The worst of it is, I'm almost lightheaded. May blurt out something stupid. On the stairs, he remembered that he was leaving all the things just as they were in the hole in the wall. And very likely it's on purpose to search when I'm out, he thought, and stopped short. But he was possessed by such despair, such cynicism of misery, if that is what it could be called, that with a wave of his hand he went on, just to get it over with. In the street, the heat was unbearable again. Not a drop of rain had fallen. Again, dust, bricks, and mortar. Again, the stench from the stores and taverns. Again, the drunken men, the finished street sellers, and half-broken down cabs. The sun shone straight in his eyes so that it hurt him to look out of them, and he felt his head spinning, as a person in a fever is apt to feel when they come out into the street on a bright sunny day. When he reached the turning into the street, in agonizing terror he looked down at the house, and at once turned his eyes away. If they question me, perhaps I'll just tell them everything, he thought as he neared the police station. The police station was about a quarter of a mile off. He had recently been moved to the new rooms on the fourth floor of a new house. He had once been for a moment in the old office, but long ago. Turning in at the gateway, he saw on the right a flight of stairs, which a peasant was mounting with a book in his hand. House porter, no doubt. So then the office is here. And he began climbing the stairs in case. He did not want to ask anyone any question. I'll go in, follow my knees, and confess everything, he thought as he reached the 4th floor. The staircase was steep, narrow, and all sloppy with dirty water. The kitchens of the apartments opened onto the stairs and stood open almost the whole day. There was a terrible smell and heat. The staircase was crowded with porters going up and down with their books under their arm, policemen and people of all sorts and both sexes. The door to the office, too, stood wide open. Peasants stood waiting inside. There, too, the heat was stifling, and there was a sickening smell of fresh paint and stale oil from the newly decorated rooms. After waiting a little, he decided to move forward into the next room. All the rooms were small and low-ceilinged. A terrible impatience drew him on and on. No one paid any attention to him, and in the second room some clerk sat writing, dressed hardly better than he was. A rather strange-looking set. He went up to one of them. What is it?" He showed him the notice he had received. "You're a student?" the man asked, glancing at the notice. "Yes, a former student." The clerk looked at him, but without any interest. He was a particularly untidy person with a fixed expression in his eye. "There would be no use trying to get anything out of him because he has no interest in anything." There would be no use trying to get anything out of him because he has no interest in anything, thought Raskolnikov. "Going there to the head clerk," said the clerk, pointing towards the furthest room. He went into the room, the 4th in order, and it was a small room packed full of people who were rather better dressed than in the other rooms. Among them were 2 ladies. One dressed in cheap morning clothes sat at the table opposite the chief clerk, writing something in at his dictation. The other, a very stout, buxom woman with a purplish-red, blotchy face, excessively smartly dressed with a brooch on her bosom, as big as a saucer, was standing on one side, apparently waiting for something. Raskolnikov thrust his notice at the head clerk. The latter glanced at it, said, "Wait a minute," and went on attending to the lady in mourning. He breathed more freely. "It can't be that." By degrees, he began to regain confidence. He kept urging himself to have courage and be calm. "Some foolishness, some insignificant carelessness, and I may betray myself. It's a pity there's no air in here," he added. "It's stifling. It makes your head dizzier than ever, and your mind, too." He was conscious of a terrible inner turmoil. He was afraid of losing his self-control. He tried to catch at something and fix his mind on it, something entirely irrelevant, but he could not succeed at all. Yet the head clerk greatly interested him. He kept hoping to see through him and guess something from his face. He was a very young man, about 22, with a dark, mobile face that looked older than its years. He was fashionably dressed and effeminate. With his hair parted in the middle, he well combed and greased, and wore a number of rings on his well-scrubbed fingers, and a gold chain on his waistcoat. He said a couple of words in French to a foreigner who was in the room, and said them fairly correctly. "Louise Ivanovna, you can sit down," he said casually to the cheerfully dressed purple-faced lady, who was still standing, as if she were not venturing to sit down, though there was a chair beside her. "Ich danke," said the latter, and softly, with a rustle of silk, she sank into the chair. Her light blue dress, trimmed with white lace, floated about the table like an air balloon, and filled almost half the room. She smelt of scent, but she was obviously embarrassed at filling half the room and smelling so strongly of scent. And though her smile was impudent as well as cringing, it betrayed evident uneasiness. The lady in mourning had done at last and got up. All at once, with some noise, an officer walked in very jauntily, with a peculiar swing of his shoulders at each step. He tossed his cockaded cap on the table and sat down in an easy chair. The small lady rarely skipped from her seat when she saw him, and started curtsying in a sort of ecstasy. But the officer did not take the slightest notice of her, and she did not venture to sit down again in his presence. He was the assistant superintendent. He had a reddish mustache that stood out horizontally on each side of his face, with extremely small features that expressed nothing much except insolence. He looked sideways and rather indignantly at Raskolnikov. He was so badly dressed, and in spite of his humiliating position, his bearing was by no means in keeping with his clothes. Raskolnikov had unwarily fixed a very long and erect look at him, and he felt offended. "What do you want?" he shouted, apparently astonished that such a ragged person was not annihilated by the majesty of his gaze. "I was summoned by a notice." Raskolnikov faltered. For the recovery of money due from the student, the head clerk interfered hurriedly, tearing himself from the papers. Here! And he flung Raskolnikov a document and pointed out the place. Read that! Money? What money? Thought Raskolnikov. But then, it's definitely not that. He trembled with joy. He felt sudden intense, indescribable relief. A load was lifted from his back. And what time were you asked to appear, sir? Shouted the assistant superintendent, seeming for some unknown reason to be more and more aggrieved. You were told to come at 9, now it's 12. The notice was only brought to me a quarter of an hour ago. Raskolnikov answered loudly over his shoulder. To his own surprise, he too grew suddenly angry and found a certain pleasure in it. And it's enough that I've come here ill with fever. Please stop shouting. I'm not shouting, I'm speaking very quietly. It's you who are shouting at me. I am a student, I don't let anyone shout at me. The assistant superintendent was so furious that for the first time he could only sputter inarticulately. He leapt up from his seat. Be silent! You are in a government office! Don't be impudent, sir! You're in a government office too, cried Raskolnikov, and you are smoking a cigarette as well as shouting, so you're showing disrespect to all of us. He felt an indescribable satisfaction at having said this. The head clerk looked at him with a smile. The angry assistant superintendent was obviously confused. That's not your business, he shouted at last with unnatural loudness. Kindly make the declaration amended of you. Show him, Alexander Grigorievich. There is a complaint against you. You don't pay your debts. Who's the disrespectful one around here? But Raskolnikov was not listening now. He had eagerly clutched at the paper in order to find an explanation. He read it once and a second time, and still did not understand. What is this? He asked the head clerk. It is for the recovery of money on an IOU, a writ. You must either pay it with all expenses and costs and so on, or give it a written declaration as to when you can pay it, and at the same time an undertaking not to leave the capital without payment, nor to sell or conceal your property. The creditor is at liberty to sell your property and proceed against you according to law. But I'm not in debt with anyone. That's not your business. Here, an IOU for 115 rubles, legally attested and due for payment, has been brought us for recovery, given by you to the widow of the assessor Zarnitsyn 9 months ago, and paid by the widow Zarnitsyn to a Mr. Shebarov. That is why we have summoned you. But she's my landlady! And what if she's your landlady? The head clerk looked at him with a patronizing smile of compassion, and at the same time with a certain triumph, like he would at an office under fire for the first time, as though he was about to say, well, how do you feel now? Well, what did he care for an IOU? For a rate of recovery? Was that worth worrying about now? Was it even worth his attention? He stood, he read, he listened, he answered. He even asked questions himself, but he did it all mechanically. The triumphant sense of security of deliverance from overwhelming danger. That was what filled his whole soul that moment, without thought for the future, without analysis, without suppositions or surmises, without doubts and without questioning. It was an instant of full, direct, purely instinctive joy. But at that very moment, something like a thunderstorm took place in the office. The assistant superintendent, still shaken by Raskolnikov's disrespect, still fuming and obviously anxious to keep his wounded dignity, pounced on the unfortunate lady who had been gazing at him since he came in with an exceedingly silly smile. And you, he shouted suddenly at the top of his voice. The lady in mourning had left the office. What was going on in the house last night, eh? Yet another scandal. You're a disgrace to the whole street. Fighting and drinking again. Do you want to end up in jail? I have warned you 10 times over that I will not let you off the 11th. And here you are again. You... The paper fell out of Raskolnikov's hand, and he looked wildly at the smart lady who was being so unceremoniously treated. But he soon saw what it meant, and at once began to find some real amusement in the scandal. He listened with such pleasure that he longed to laugh and laugh. All his nerves were on edge. Ilya Petrovich, the head clerk began anxiously, but stopped short, for he knew from experience that the enraged assistant could not be stopped except by force. As for the smart lady, at first she trembled before the storm, but strange to say, the more numerous and violent the terms of the abuse became, the more likable she looked, and the more seductive the smiles she lavished on the terrible assistant. She moved uneasily and courtesied incessantly, waiting impatiently for a chance of putting in her word, and at last she found it. There was no noise or fighting in my house, Mr. Captain, she pattered all at once, like peas dropping, speaking Russian confidently, though with a strong German accent. And no scandal, and his honor came drunk. It's the whole truth I'm telling, Mr. Captain, and I am not to blame. Mine is an honorable house, Mr. Captain, and honorable behavior. Mr. Captain, and I always dislike any scandal myself, but he came so tipsy and asked for 3 bottles again. Then he lifted up one leg and began playing the piano with one foot. And that is not all right in an honorable house. And he guns broke the piano, and it was very bad manners indeed, and I said so. And he picked up a bottle and began hitting everyone with it. That I called the porter, and Carl came, and he took Carl and hit him in the eye. And he hit Henriette in the eye, too, and gave me 5 slaps on the cheek, and it was so ungentlemanly in an honorable house, Mr. Captain. And I screamed, and he opened the window over the canal and stood at the window squealing like a little pig. It was a disgrace. The idea of squealing like a little pig at the window in the street, and Carl pulled him away from the window by his coat, and it's true, Mr. Captain, he tore saying rock, and then he shouted that man must pay him 15 ruble damage, and I did pay him, Mr. Captain, 5 rubles for saying rock, and he is an ungentlemanly visitor caused all that scandal. I will show you up, he said, because I can write to all papers about you. So, was he an altar? Yes, Mr. Captain, what an ungentlemanly visitor in an honorable house. Now then, enough, I've told you already. Ilya Petrovich, the head clerk repeated significantly. The assistant glanced rapidly at him. The head clerk shook his head slightly. So I'm telling you again, Miss Louise Ivanovna, and I'm telling you for the last time, the assistant went on. If there is one more scandal in your honorable home, I will put you in the lockup, as it is called in polite society. Do you hear? So a literally man, an altar, took 5 rubles from his coattail in an honorable house. A nice lot, these altars. And he cast a contemptuous glance at Raskolnikov. There was a scandal the other day in a restaurant too. An altar had eaten his dinner and would not pay. I'll write a satire about you, he says, and there was another of them on a steamer last week who used the most disgraceful language to the respectable family of a civil councillor, his wife and daughter, and there was one of them turned out of a confectioner's store the other day. They're like that, authors, literally men, students, town criers. Pah! You get along. I shall look on for myself one day. Then you had better be careful. Do you hear? With hasty submissiveness, Louise Ivanovna started curtsying to everyone, then curtsied herself to the door. But at the door she stumbled backwards against a good-looking officer with a fresh, open face and splendid, thick, fair whiskers. This was the superintendent of the district himself, Nikodim Fomitch. Louise Ivanovna made haste to curtsy almost to the ground, and with dainty little steps she fluttered out of the office. Again, thunder and lightning, a hurricane, said Nikodim Fomitch to Ilya Petrovich in a civil and friendly tone. You're aroused again, you're fuming again, I heard it on the stairs. Well, what's it matter? Ilya Petrovich drawled with a gentlemanly indifference, and he walked with some papers to another table, with a jaunty swing of his shoulders and each step. Here, if you glance over this, an author or a student has been one at least does not pay his debts, has given an IOU, won't clear out of his room, and complaints are constantly being lodged against him. And here he has made a protest against my smoking in his presence. He behaves like a hooligan himself. Just take a look. That's him over there, attractive, isn't he? Poverty is not a vice, my friend, but we know you go off like powder. You can't bear any disagreements. You probably took offense at something and went too far ahead of yourself, continued Nikodim Fomitch, turning affably to Raskolnikov. But you were wrong there. He's a wonderful person, I assure you, but explosive. He gets hot, fires up, boils over, and no stopping him. And then it's all over. At the bottom, he's a heart of gold. His nickname in the regiment was the Explosive Lieutenant. And what a regiment it was, too, cried Ilya Petrovich, happy with all the friendly chat, although he was still soaking. All at once, Raskolnikov had a desire to say something exceptionally pleasant to them all. Excuse me, Captain, he began easily, suddenly addressing Nikodim Fomitch. Look at it from my point of view. I apologize if I've been badly behaved. I am a poor student, sick and shattered. Shattered was the word he used. By poverty. I am not studying because I cannot keep myself now, but I shall get money. I have a mother and a sister in the province of X. They will send it to me, and I will pay. My landlady is a good-hearted woman, but she's so angry at my having lost my lessons, and not having her for the last 4 months, that she does not even send me up dinner. I don't understand this IOU at all. She's asking me to pay her what it is on this IOU. How can I pay her? Judge for yourselves. But that is none of her business, you know, the head clerk was observing. Yes, I entirely agree with you, but let me explain. Raskolnikov put in again, still addressing Nikodim Fomitch, but trying his best to address Ilya Petrovich as well, though the latter persistently appeared to be rummaging among his papers and to be contemptuously oblivious of him. Allow me to explain that I have been living with her for nearly 3 years, and at first, why should I not confess it? At the very beginning, I promised to marry her daughter. It was a verbal promise, freely given. She was a girl, indeed. I liked her, though I was not in love with her. For a fair fact, that is, I meant to say that my landlady would give me bread freely in those days, and I led a life of. I paid very little attention. No, nobody asked you for these personal details, sir. We can't waste our time on this. Ilya Petrovich interrupted roughly and with a note of triumph, but Raskolnikov stopped him hotly, though he suddenly found it extremely difficult to speak. But excuse me. I agree, excuse me. It's for me to explain how it all happened. In my turn, though I agree with you, it is unnecessary, but a year ago the girl died of typhus. I remained lodging there as before, and when my landlady moved into her present quarters, she said to me, and in a friendly way, that she had complete trust in me, but still I would not give her an IOU for 115 rubles, all that debt I own her. She said if only I gave her that, she would trust me again, as much as I liked, and that she would never, those were her words, make use of that IOU until I could pay it myself. And now, when I have lost my lessons and have nothing to eat, she takes action against me? What am I to say to that? All those affecting details are no business of ours, Ilya Petrovich interrupted rudely. You must give a written undertaking, but as for your love affairs and all these tragic events, we have nothing to do with that. Come now, you're harsh, muttered Nikodim Fomitch, sitting down at the table and also beginning to write. He looked a little ashamed. Right, said the head clerk to Raskolnikov. Right what? The latter asked gruffly. I will dictate to you. Raskolnikov thought that the head clerk treated him more casually and contemptuously after his speech, but strangely enough, he suddenly felt completely indifferent to anyone's opinion. This revulsion took place in a flash, in an instant. If he had cared to think a little, he would have been amazed, in fact, that he would have talked to them like that a minute before, forcing his feelings on them. And where he had those feelings from? Now, if the whole room had been filled not with police officers but with those nearest and dearest to him, he would have not found one human word for them. So empty was his heart. A gloomy sensation of agonizing eternal solitude and remoteness took conscious form in his soul. It was not the meanness of his sentimental outburst before Ilya Petrovich, nor the means of the latter's triumph over him that helped cause him to his sudden revulsion in his heart. What should he do now with his own business, with all these petty vanities, officers, German women, debts, police offices? If he had been sentenced to be burnt at that moment, he would have not stirred, would hardly have heard the sentence to the end. Something was happening to him, something entirely new, sudden and unknown. It was not that he understood, but he felt clearly, with all the intensity of sensation, that he could no longer appeal to those in the police office with sentimental outbursts, or with anything whatsoever, and that, if they had been his own brothers and sisters and not police officers, it would have been utterly out of the question to appeal to them in any circumstance of life. He had never experienced such a strange and awful sensation. And what was most agonizing was that it was more a sensation than a conception or idea, a direct sensation, the most agonizing of all sensations he had known in his life. The head clerk began dictating to him in his usual form of declaration that he could not pay, that he undertook to do so at a future date, and he would not leave the town or sell his property, and so on. But you can't write, you can hardly hold a pen, observed the head clerk, looking with curiosity at Raskolnikov. Are you ill? Yes, I am dizzy. Go on. That's all. Sign it. The head clerk took the paper and turned to attend to the others. Raskolnikov gave back the pen, but instead of getting up and going away, he put his elbows on the table and pressed his head in his hands. He felt as if a nail were being driven into his skull. A strange idea suddenly occurred to him, to get up at once, to go up to Nikodim Fomitch and tell him everything that had happened yesterday, and then to go with him to his lodgings and to show him the things in the hole in the corner. The impulse was so strong that he got up from his seat to carry it out. Hadn't I better think about it a minute? Flashed through his mind. No, better cast off the burden without thinking. But all at once, he stood still, rooted to the spot. Nikodim Fomitch was clearly talking eagerly to Ilya Petrovich, and the words reached him. It is impossible they'll both be released. To begin with, the whole story contradicts itself. Why should they have called the porter if it had been their doing? To inform against himself, or as a blind? No, that would be too cunning. Besides, Petriakov, the student was seen at the gate by both porters and a woman as he went in. He was walking with 3 friends, who left him only at the gate, and he asked the porters to direct him in the presence of his friends. Now, would he have asked his way if he had been going with a purpose like that? As for Coach, he spent half an hour at the silversmith's below, before he went up to the old woman, and he left in exactly 7:45. Now just consider. But excuse me, how do you explain this contradiction? They state themselves that they knocked and the door was locked. Yet 3 minutes later, when they went up with the porter, it turned out the door wasn't fastened. That's just it. The murderer must have been there and bolted himself in, and they had caught him for certain if Coach had not been an ass and gone to look for the porter too. He must have seized the interval to get downstairs and slipped by them somehow. Coach kept crossing himself and saying, if I had been there, he would have jumped out and killed me with his axe. He's going to have Thanksgiving service. Ha, ha. And no one saw the murderer. They might as well not have seen him. The house is a real Noah's Ark, said the head clerk, who was listening. It's clear, it's clear. It's clear, it's clear, Nikolai Fomich repeated hotly. No, it's anything but clear, Ilya Petrovich maintained. Raskolnikov picked up his hat and walked towards the door, but he did not reach it. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sitting in a chair supported by someone on the right, while someone else was standing on the left, holding a yellowish glass filled with yellow water, and Nikolai Fomich standing before him, looking intently at him. He got up from the chair. What's this? Are you ill? Nikolai Fomich asked rather sharply. He could hardly hold his pen when he was signing, said the head clerk, scuttling back in his place and taking up his work again. Have you been ill long? Cried Ilya Petrovich from his place, where he too was looking through papers. He had, of course, came to look at the sick man when he fainted, but retired at once as he recovered. Since yesterday, muttered Raskolnikov in reply. Did you go out yesterday? Yes. Though you were ill? Yes. At what time? At 7. Where did you go, may I ask? Along the street. Dark and clear. Raskolnikov, white as a handkerchief, had answered sharply, jerkily, and without dropping his black, feverish eyes before Ilya Petrovich stare. He can scarcely stand up upright, and you, Nikolai Fomich was beginning. No matter, Ilya Petrovich pronounced in a strange voice. Nikolai Fomich would have been made somewhat further protest, but glancing at the head clerk, who was looking very hard at him, he did not speak. There was a strange silence suddenly. Very well, then, concluded Ilya Petrovich, we will not keep you. Raskolnikov went out, caught the sound of eager conversation on his departure, and above the rest rose the questioning voice of Nikolai Fomich in the street. His faintness passed completely. Search! There will be a search at once, he repeated to himself, hurrying home. The brutes, they suspect me! That his former terror completely mastered him once more. And that is it for today's stream. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed the stream, and please recommend it to your friends. If you didn't, please recommend it to your enemies. Now, if you really like the stream and wish to give some support here to the channel, please leave a like, a comment, subscribe, follow on Twitch, follow on Twitter, etc., etc. All that good stuff that makes the algorithm happy. Let's help me make this channel grow. My name is G4. Thank you all once again for being present for today's stream. Sweet kisses and goodbye.